Você que tá aí ouvindo esse podcast e faz exercícios. Sei que você provavelmente bebe só a água para se recuperar. Mas você sabia que a água pode não ser o suficiente para hidratar nosso corpo, seja durante ou após a atividade? Ainda bem que chegou o Gatorade Zero.
Zero açúcares e com eletrólitos e vitaminas para te recuperar para a próxima rodada. Experimente o novo Gatorade Zero.
Muito prazer, chegou o novo T-Cross, um SUVW para quem valoriza conforto, tecnologia e segurança, com novo design e novo acabamento sofisticado. Vá até uma concessionária Volkswagen e conheça. Paz no trânsito começa por você.
Home brewers, craft brewers, beer lovers, beer drinkers.
Get ready for an all-new experience in information exchange and beer culture.
Your only source for live beer radio that brings expert brewers from around the globe
right to your home.
You're not just listening to broadcasters, it's the Brewcasters
on the Brewing Network.
All right, everybody, welcome back. It's back from a week off, the session, the Brewing Network session. We're in the studio. It's warm. Nobody feels very good, but I'm actually happy to be here, even though I feel like scheisse. I'm stoked to be back. We got a great show planned for you. It is our NHC wrap-up show, and I figure I ought to do something for them because they give me free passes to go to these things. I ought to report on the goddamn thing. Heck? So, but it was a hell of a trip.
Yeah, it was.
And I got a lot of good audio, and that's going to make up a good portion of our show today, recapping the NHC, both for those of you who made it and those of you who didn't. JP, how are you doing over there, brother?
I just kind of tuned in to you right now.
You look like hell.
Yeah, thank you.
Are you hungover? I know you went to a party yesterday.
No, ever since I got back from Denver. Is that what you were just talking about?
Yeah.
Great. Perfect segue.
Close enough.
I haven't been sleeping well. And then the past, 4 days, my throat started hurting, and I've just been sneezing, and I just feel like shit.
That's what I got. I came back, and a couple days after, the throat hit me.
Yeah.
And then I actually thought it was going to go away. It was starting to feel better.
Like Thursday?
Like Thursday.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, let's see. Actually, it was bad Wednesday, Thursday a little worse. Friday, it was fine. I was doing okay, starting to get better. So our roommate, the one that I haven't thrown out in the whole time I've lived here, the one I like quite a bit, his name is Sam. You know Sammy, Doc.
Who?
He's getting married.
No.
He finally proposed to his girlfriend Bevo of 5-6 years or something, and he proposed. So we went out, a little celebration, which, by the way, was a weird night in itself. I've got weird stories about that if we want to get into it, but probably don't.
Yes, we kind of do.
And I was anyway. So I went out and did the little party, and not too hard or anything, few beers, and woke up yesterday. I was done. I couldn't breathe. My chest is full of stuff I've never seen before. And
nice.
Today my throat's even worse, feeling bad. I was supposed to California. JP, I was supposed to go to a barbecue with you yesterday. How'd that go?
You didn't California. I mean, you said no, I don't I don't feel well.
Okay.
I mean, you called and said no, I don't.
That's true. The no call is a California.
Yeah. I did this whatever you said you were going to do. I sat in the corner on a couch outside and listened to conversation.
Yeah.
And I tried every once in a while. I left after a couple hours. I'm like, I gotta go home, dude.
I see. So no, not even heavy drinking or anything.
No, I had 3 or 4 beers, something like that. Not nothing bad at all, really.
Hot Livermore ladies all over the place.
Livermore, dude. I go in and there's these 4 or 5 chicks. They're all right looking. A couple they were talking about how they got into a fight at some show last night. The previous night, one had big bruises on her arms. The best part is they go.
Ladies.
So I don't know, 5-10 minutes after I get there, my friend comes and sits down next to me and he goes, so did you hear about these girls were in a fight last night? That's why one of them has those big ugly 80s glasses on because her eyes are all swollen. I'm like, oh, nice. Gross. And he goes, yeah, they have apparently a pocket full of the other girl's hair.
Oh, God.
So not only do they grab hair, but they keep it as a souvenir.
Well, wouldn't you?
Scalp.
Livermore,
dude.
Livermore is like the... If Pacheco's bad, Livermore's worse. I got to say that right now.
It's on the outskirts of the Bay Area.
And it's just a bunch of bored white kids. They got nothing else to do. Their folks have a little bit of money out there. What they do is people live out there because you can get a real nice house, a fairly large house, for like half the price of the inner Bay Area.
Yeah.
So people who are like upper middle class, they'll move out there and they'll live upper class.
Well, you'd be surprised now.
Class
like 5 years ago, I mean, things went up. Like there were houses in my neighborhood because I grew up in Livermore, and when I actually sold my house, I sold mine for almost $7,000 or $700,000.
Wow.
Yeah, just in old neighborhood, but
it's insane.
It's amazing, but yeah, they're just a bunch of bored rural kids who are too young to farm.
Yeah.
And too bored to do anything else.
Too stupid to do anything else.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right, so everyone is pulling it together. We're going to get the show together for you, even though the Doc's tired, too. He was out with his wife all night last night doing what people do when they get away for the night.
We ditched the kids and got away for...
But they humped.
Yeah.
So we're all hanging in there. Like I said, even though I'm going to sound like shit for the majority of this thing, I actually feel okay. I'm happy to be here, and I'm excited about this show. We're going to be giving you a lecture from Matt Brynildson that he gave at the National Homebrewers Conference. It's been 2 weeks now, wasn't it? It wasn't last week. It was
last week.
It was last week.
Last weekend.
Yeah,
wasn't this past week. It was the week before that.
No.
It was this last weekend.
No, because we only took off last week.
We got back last week.
I got back Monday. Everything's confusing me. You all know when the goddamn thing was. And I've got a lecture from Matt Brynildson, and it's about blending beers. It's a really interesting lecture. He's supposed to be emailing me a PDF of the PowerPoint, whatever the fuck the thing is, of the whole presentation. It's a really large file with a bunch of pictures on it, so he was trying to edit it down for me and get me a version that I can post for you guys. So I'm not going to be playing the lecture till the 6:30 time slot, so I got a little time to get that posted for you. Hang in there. If he doesn't get it to me tonight, I'll post it as soon as I can for you archive listeners.
So Matt,
you can follow along.
So Matt's going to plug a slot for us?
He's going to plug a slot. Great. And it's actually it's more like sloppy seconds. I'm rehashing the slot he already plugged from the NHC. So I'm excited about that. I've got the intro, the opening toast of the entire NHC. Now, usually these things are kind of boring, not in the beer world necessarily, but when you go to conferences and seminars, the sort of opening ceremony is thanks for coming here. Well, these guys got the mayor of Denver to come out and do the opening thing, and he's you don't get to be a mayor if you're not pretty savvy with the words and kind of clever. Yeah. He was funny. He's a really down to earth and funny guy. Apparently, he's an old friend of Charlie Papazian's.
Yes, sir.
So
old Hickenlooper.
Old Hickenlooper. So I've got that for you. We're going to play that for you in the second segment here. So you guys, I really want to try to bring some of the feel of the Homebrewers Conference to you today. So that you go in the future, because I'm telling you, this conference is awesome.
The final count was 820 something.
Yeah, over 800 people went this year, which is a few hundred more than the year before. And I'm telling you, a lot of really good people. When you go to this thing, everyone's of like mind. They're all there for the same thing. You got your goofballs, you got your serious guys, you got your beer nerds. You got all of it.
There's your old guys, you got your really young guys. You can tell just getting into brewing.
Yeah, I mean, there's really a little bit of everything, and just great people to meet. You got lectures every hour for over 3 days. There's a lecture like every hour, so you can pick and choose. There's a hospitality suite, which is really short for the free beer room.
Yes.
It's where the sponsors go and they set up their booths, and we broadcast there in that room from the 2006 convention. That's where we were set up. And the homebrew clubs, the local homebrew clubs, they set up in there for like 4-hour blocks.
Yeah, they rotate through
the whole time.
Yeah.
So you get, I'll say it, you get lots of bad beer, but you get lots of good beer too, and it rotates every 4 hours, and you get to see different tap handle setups and the whole thing. Just a lot of fun. There's always something to do.
And it goes past 3 in the morning.
It always, that's right. When the bar closes at 2, the hospitality suite's still open. And if it's not, there's always like a suite in the hotel somewhere. Yeah. It's like the secret suite. Yeah. And you go there, and there's like cigars going around. You never know what you're going to find. So the idea of today is to recap our experiences for you. I've got some good stories to tell you, and some some touching things that happened too. Not when Doc touched me, that was different. But
touch yourself.
And these guys are going to explain their experiences with you too. I'll play you the audio that we got, and I've got a new gallery up on the webpage. So if you go to our gallery page, thebrewingnetwork.com, and you'll see some pictures that will go along with the discussion that I'm going to give you about some of my experiences. So that was cool. Okay, a couple of announcements for today. Of course, the Jamil and Palmer book, Brewing Classic Styles, is available for pre-sale in our store. Helps everybody involved if you go there and you buy it. I know it's cheaper at Amazon, but they're dickheads and we're not. So that's reason enough right there.
Amazon.
We get you a signed copy from Jamil Zainasheff himself, who, by the way, just won Ninkasi this year for the second time over.
Homebrewer of the Year.
Amazing. And so you can go buy his new book, Brewing Classic Styles. It's due to release in November, possibly late October, and you can pre-sale buy it now, and he'll sign it for you. BN Army shirts, which everybody loves, man. These
they're great.
Going like crazy. You like yours, huh?
Yeah, I love it.
So you've never wore your Brewing Network shirt? Like you did if you felt obligated, I could tell, but I see you in your BN Army shirt. You like that one.
No, I like the other one. I just I would wear it like on Saturdays.
You know, like when you're around the house doing
it around the house, fat. Yeah, it makes me kind of look fat. No, I love the new logo. It's great.
It's really cool. Yeah. Those are available for pre-sale, and I will tell you this: they're going fast. Get in there while they're still on pre-sale. I think they're supposed to deliver them to me sometime this week, but I don't know. We'll find out. So hopefully they'll ship this week or next. Get in there and buy them while you still can. I can see the emails already. I went to the store and you didn't get any extra larges. Why would you think of not buying any extra larges? Trust me, I bought a whole bunch of extra larges. Get them while you can. They'll be gone soon. I said this last couple weeks. Just want you all to know, producer Shat now has his own email. You can email him Chad, CHAD, at thebrewingnetwork.com. But don't give him technical questions. He got a couple of things this week about, not being able to tune in live and different listener things not working. Don't give him that sort of, he doesn't know. He's just going to forward that on to me anyway. He's the guy that you email if you didn't like something in today's show and it was his fault, which is pretty much anything that goes wrong.
I agree.
You email Chad at thebrewingnetwork.com.
Thanks, Chad.
Who, by the way, brewed like a madman yesterday.
Really?
We did 2 batches.
Did he dunk his head in the wart or something like that? And
he went
run around
crazy.
naked or what?
15 gallons of beer got brewed yesterday.
Wow.
It's all fermenting in the...
Wow.
Yeah. And he was thinking of brewing another batch today.
How do you do 15 gallons in a 15.5-gallon keg?
He did a 10-gallon batch, and then I was sent a 5-gallon organic batch.
That's right.
And we did that in the afternoon. I was showing Chad how to brew all grain. So
cool.
You can be sure how good that's going to turn out.
Did you use organic propane?
We didn't. I couldn't find any. I asked around a lot.
I hope the planet hates you.
I asked everywhere. I got some funny looks.
Yeah?
Have you got any organic natural gas? So, yeah, lots of beer got brewed yesterday. It was pretty cool. And I got another organic brew kit. People have been sending me beer kits. It's pretty awesome. So we're going to maybe brew another one next day or two. So Chad at thebrewingnetwork.com, and we're going to talk to him about his brewing at the end of the show today. 888-401-BEER. That's our phone number. You can always reach us at 888-401-BEER. You can join JP over there in the chat room. He's your chat moderator today.
Yay!
As he has been until we get our intern situation worked out.
Yeah, what's up with that?
Well, now school's out. So I got to go the Craigslist route and post kind of a random I need intern sort of posting. I was going to go through the campus, but now school's out for summer.
Do me a favor. Post it in the ad for massages.
Yeah, the
erotic section.
The men seeking women section, maybe.
We'll trade radio for favors.
Experience for your experience?
We'll trade the opportunity to moderate our chat room.
For severe anal.
Yeah, anything that we can get out of you. So I don't know. We're working on it. I just got to do a posting, and then, like I said, I'm hoping to narrow it down and do the interview process on here. In the meantime, it is JP working your chat room for you today.
I'm working it.
Just hit the chat now button. If you're an archive listener, and I haven't gone over this in a while, and you want to use our chat function, go to the chat page. And I know that there's buttons there that say, like, register and all these different things. Don't register. Don't enter a password. Don't do anything.
Do not pass go.
Just put in a name, and any name. I don't care what the name is. Just put it in and press enter. That's it. Don't register. Don't password, nothing. Just a name and press enter, and that'll get you in the chat room so that you can join all the fun that's going. Looks like you got a lot of people in there today, JP.
I do, yeah. It's doing pretty well, man.
Okay. And then the last thing I wanted to do here before I get on to feedback is I really wanted to say congratulations to Jay-Z for winning the Ninkasi. I could tell he was pretty stoked, and I got him on the line here. I wanted to give him a big, hey, Jay-Z, are you there?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, brother, I wanted to say congratulations, man. Ninkasi again, and what a hell of a win.
Yeah, it was exciting. I really, I didn't expect it. I was thrilled.
I gotta say that Jamil is kind of an emotionless kind of guy a lot of times, and I don't mean that he's cold or anything, he's not, but you don't see a whole lot of expression out of him all the time. But I could tell that night, dude, you were pretty stoked, and I was really happy for you. I gave you a big hug coming down, slapping fives. JP was there, everyone. We were just real stoked for you. I could tell that it meant something to you that you won it. It wasn't just like, oh, great, I got Ninkasi again.
Yeah. It's really hard to do. It's not, first off, anybody who's entered the National Homebrew Competition, if you placed in the first round, take some pride in that, because it's actually pretty hard to do.
Yeah.
And if you get a medal in the second round, that's very rare. There's not a lot of them.
Yeah.
And it's the largest competition in the world. This year is 5,052 or 58 entries.
It's amazing.
It's a huge competition, and to get a medal in one of the, a few medals that's awarded in that competition, that's incredible. So take great pride in that.
Yeah, that's true.
And then, to get enough medals to win the Ninkasi, boy, I got very lucky. I think, is just. The dice rolled my way this time, and I did quite well, and I was really thrilled.
Well, and you and I kind of talked about that luck factor a little bit. I want to point out somebody in the forum did some math to calculate the odds of winning Ninkasi. I forget what the number was, but it was somewhere between 0 and impossible.
That was with super flawed math.
With over 5,000 entries. But you and I talked on the way home on the drive, and we were talking about the luck factor and the skill factor, and we do kind of agree that there's a couple of things in big competitions like this, and A is that you have to be lucky. You got to be lucky with judges. Right. You have to,
you'd be lucky in what part of the flight you're in too.
Yeah,
beginning, middle, end.
Sure, there's all sorts of factors like that end up being luck, but I kind of equate it to like when you watch the World Series of Poker, okay? And those guys will tell you that there's a lot of luck involved too, but there's still a reason that at that final table you see the same faces year in and year out. Now, you'll also see, some of the best, if not the best, poker players on earth get eliminated in the first couple of minutes of the tournament in the first round. And that's the luck part, is that sometimes a fantastic beer or a fantastic hand of poker just isn't enough to get you there. So I think, Jay-Z, when you talk about the luck and stuff, it's not all, it's a balance between doing things right, brewing that fantastic beer, and then the luck to kind of help you get there.
Yeah, I gotta agree. Well, you have to be brewing really good beer to get into the second round and to get some medals in the second round. And then, there's a luck factor in there, but you'll see the same people every year do fairly well. Joe Formanek, yep. He's also won 2 Ninkasis.
Yeah.
Kurt Hassam at Oregon, he's won 2 Ninkasis and a home brewer of the year. So we're the 3 people to do it, and you'll see those guys, show up every year, and do quite well. And there's a number of other people who do quite well as well. Chris in England from out in the over north there, God, I can't even think of where he's from.
I don't remember either.
And Minneapolis, Minnesota, that area.
It's not Pacheco, I know that.
Yeah, and
it's not Livermore either.
He had 2 golds and a bronze.
Wow.
And that's really hard to do. And normally that would get you an Ninkasi. I'm sure he really deserves it, and he does well every year.
Yeah.
And hasn't won one yet. But sometimes I think he's a great enough brewer that eventually it'll happen for him as well. But you see certain people, they're always at that final table.
Yeah, and it's part. That's the skill part. That's how you know that people are brewing good beer. Now, there's a couple awards given, so help me understand the Ninkasi, because at the NHC there they give a homebrewer of the year and they give a Ninkasi. So what are the qualifications for both of those? What does it mean to have Ninkasi?
Okay, so in the Ninkasi, they count up points for every medal you win in the second round.
Okay.
Every gold medal is considered 6 points. Every silver medal is 4 points. Every bronze medal is 2 points. They add them up. The brewer that gets the most points is the Ninkasi winner.
Okay.
So I had 3 golds and a bronze, so 20 points, which is pretty good. I think that's
a hell of a lot of points.
One of the higher totals that's come up. And for Homebrewer of the Year, they take all the first place winners in the second round. Everybody that gets a gold medal, and they do a best of show round.
Okay.
And the best beer out of that round, that's the Homebrewer of the Year.
Now, has it ever happened? So you also then were in the running for Homebrew. You had 3 beers in the running for Homebrewer of the Year.
Right.
Okay. So has it ever happened that the guy who won Ninkasi also won Homebrewer of the Year? Ever seen that?
Yeah, Kurt Hassam.
Okay.
Out of Oregon, he won Ninkasi and Homebrewer of the Year one of the years.
That's pretty intense. That's got to be one hell of a night for you to win both of those. Sure. I wouldn't remember any of that.
He wasn't there. He wasn't there, so he didn't.
Oh no!
Experience it. If you have anything in the second round, you should go to the conference.
Yeah.
There's no feeling like getting to go up there, have everyone cheering for you and slapping you on the back as you go up and.
I think Jamil. I think you hugged everybody that you saw.
Jamil was the hugger. Yeah. He was.
Well, and I wasn't going to. But then, I walked up to Janice, and she said, "Well, you got to give me a hug." I'm like, "Oh, okay." And, once I did, then, I had to hug Aaron, and I had to hug Gary, and I had to hug Kate, and Ray, and everybody. It's just
the hug
those
gates
people
opened.
are so. Those guys are so great. All the AHA folks are really fantastic, and.
It was cool. It was good to be there. It was good to see a lot of really excited people. I mean, everybody who won a medal, you could really tell like the bronze medal winners, man. They were running up there like it was a gold, like it could, and like you're saying,
absolutely.
What's that?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If I won just one bronze medal in the second round, I would be thrilled.
Yeah.
That is quite an accomplishment, and I'd run up there. Be just as excited for that one. It's great to get more than that.
Sure.
But, if you can just take one of those bad boys away, that's fantastic.
Yeah. I was thinking about that because I had one beer, and I think I was telling you or maybe someone else. I go, well, so are you going to be, I think it was Neva, actually. She's like, you're probably not even going to be happy if you even win a bronze. And I'm such a sad sack that I probably would have been like, oh. A bronze?
Yeah.
What the hell is that? Fine.
But if you
drag my ass up there and snatch the
you would have been happy.
I know.
You would have been happy.
See, and I thought about that too, but then when that I'd be that way also, but when you think about the odds, and then on top of thinking about that, the odds of my beer getting a bronze, it's really impressive. Jamil's right. When you say that you get any medal in the second round, it's really impressive.
Yeah.
Johnny P got himself a bronze this year. It was very good.
He's gotten one pretty much every year. He's gotten at least one medal.
See, that's why that's consistency.
That's fantastic. Yeah. Just to get anything every year is very, very hard to do.
Yeah. Now, you got some cool stuff for winning Ninkasi, too. The prize packs were awesome this year. I was there last year, and they were okay, but this year they were great. And you were giving stuff away. What'd you get for winning all your stuff?
Gosh, of the big items, I got a More Beer Conical. which is
yes.
fantastic.
Yeah.
One of the 7.2 gallon conicals.
It's a good deal.
And then I got a barrel from
White Labs.
White Labs.
Yeah, that's right.
It's actually an 8-gallon American oak barrel. And right now it's got some Flanders going in it.
Oh, you already filled it?
Oh, yeah, you betcha. Those barrels are worth about $200.
Dude, we got home at like 2 a.m. I bet that thing was full by 2:45.
Now I got a Blickman Therminator.
Okay.
And I got a bunch of shirts. I got a big pile of openers. I got a ton of Star Sand and PBW. I got
nice.
Just all sorts of great stuff.
Didn't you get a bottle of Utopias?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. I totally forgot. For the Ninkasi, I get a bottle of the More Beer Conical and a bottle of Utopias.
That's Sam Adams.
And from Sam Adams, Boston Beer Company, is very generous. Those bottles go for, about $150.
Yeah. They are. They're expensive, and it's awesome beer. You're up on stage there, and Gary makes a joke like, hey, why don't we crack it open? And 2 minutes later, Jay-Z's got that thing opened up.
Well, and the first time I won, that's what I did. I went to the hospitality suite, and I opened it up and shared it with everybody.
Okay.
Because if you've never tasted it before, it's very hard for average homebrewer to spend that kind of money.
Sure.
To do one. I don't think Sam Adams brews those to make a profit. I think they just do it because they can. They're very craft brewer in that way. And so I like to share it with everybody. So I did that the first time I won, and I did that this time as well. I shared it in the hospitality suite. And somebody asked me, I think it was last time I won, they were saying, hey, why in the world would you open this and pour it for everybody? Why would you take this home? You know what that thing's worth?
Exactly.
And it was signed by Jim Cook,
Yeah, I got there late, and it was already gone.
Yeah.
I got to fondle the bottle a little bit.
Smell it.
Yeah.
And,
that long shaft of the bottle, dog?
The thing about it is, that is the perfect time to open a bottle of that.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Are you going to take it home and, drink a little bit every day for like a year, or share it with my wife? My wife's wonderful, but I don't think she'd really appreciate what that is.
And every one of those guys you gave it to appreciated it. So
exactly, and that's what it's for. I think that's what you do with that bottle of Utopias. You got to pour it for everybody.
I hate it when you give it to people and they don't appreciate it. But all the guys there, when you gave it to them, they loved it.
Yeah, they were just.
They took it and they said, "Give me more."
Go, well, what's that?
Give it all to me.
What's that? If you don't know what it is, I don't know that I want to pour it for you.
Yeah, I wasn't there. I bet people were even saying, "Hey, fill me up. Just fill me up.
Don't be so greedy."
But I was saying, I want to give this to anybody who hasn't tasted before. And a couple of people said, "Oh, I've tasted before," and they stepped away.
Yeah,
I thought that was really, really cool.
That is cool.
And then once the crowd thinned down, I was down to I think Jeff Gladish, and he's, and he's like, "Oh no, I've had it before," and he wanted some.
Yeah.
And he waited until everyone was gone, and then I poured him a big old amount. And then somebody came up, and go, "Hey, I should get any." And he shared with that guy.
Very
Jeff
nice.
Gladish, great guy too.
Well, and this is part of the thing I think we're going to hopefully, let you guys know about as we talk about the whole conference today, is how cool and generous everybody is there, man. It's just such a good community. I didn't get pushed around once, and no elbows flying, no get out of my ways, just a bunch of good people being generous and having a good time. So that was very cool.
It's the most wonderful time possible for a beer geek. There's a lot of unique moments you can have, but this is something you can go to every year, and it's just as wonderful, if not more wonderful, every year. You meet people, you see them the next year. It's like going to a family reunion, and it's just the best time in the world.
Yeah, every year it definitely gets better. Last year I thought, this is the best year, and the year before I thought this was the best, and this past year in Denver was the best.
Yeah, I've been only 2 years, this year and the one before, and this was better than Orlando. It was awesome, and I'm looking forward to. I mean, look, I got no reason to go to Ohio, but I'm going for the NHC next year,
right?
For 2008.
Cincinnati will be awesome.
Yeah, I think
Cincinnati, 2008. Everybody got to be there. It's going to be like June 19th, I think.
Yeah.
You know,
and they're doing
anybody
cool
who
stuff.
has a chance, get your butts to Cincinnati.
Yeah, we have a whole hotel.
Yeah, they did. They were announcing that at the dinner that the entire hotel is us. So
not for the Cincinnati one.
So every single room there, the whole place is Brewers.
Which is kind of disappointing because there's no ancillary, you know, every once in a while a family will come in with a hot daughter or something. There's none of that. It's just a bunch of dudes.
No, but when we make noise at 4 a.m., everyone will understand.
Right, exactly.
So that's good. The other cool thing they're doing is they're providing shuttle service to everybody for the whole vicinity. So if you want to go into downtown and hit the bars and get some food, they're going to, and for free.
Yes, please.
They will, for free, shuttle us back and forth.
To and from the airport, too.
I mean, they're doing just some really awesome stuff.
And downtown's like 12 miles or 10 miles from... It's kind of like this time last year where it wasn't downtown proper.
Just outside.
Denver, it was just 8 miles away or whatever. I think this is like 10 miles away. A shuttle's great because that's a $30 cab ride, man, one way.
But it's hard. It's hard to even leave the hotel, you know, because there's so much going on. The hospitality suite, the seminars, everybody getting together with all your buddies there.
Yep.
I've already booked my room for Cincinnati.
I need to do that.
You are the beer geek, Jamil, I have to say. Every day I learn that.
Book your room now, man.
Let's book,
don't miss out.
Let's book rooms.
It's crazy if you miss out on this.
Yeah.
And get him adjoining to Jamil's.
Let's get a block. Everybody book around Jamil's room.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm Mr. Zanishev's son. What room is he in? Because I need to get the... Oh, okay, 238. Okay, give me 238 and every number next to it.
And
on
above
either
it.
side.
And below it.
Wake up, Jamil!
Yeah.
Lovely.
All right, well, listen, I really just wanted to say congrats. It was cool. It was really great to see, and, man, you deserve it. It was awesome. You've done a lot of work this year, and I think you deserved it.
Oh, thanks. I really appreciate that.
All right, so what do we got? Jamil's show tomorrow, right?
Oh, yeah. Almost forgot. We're going to do... we're going to do some beer, and then we're going to do IPAs as well. Mike McDole's going to show up for the IPAs.
That'll be great.
Ah, sweet. All right, tune in live at 7 p.m. tomorrow, and we'll be doing the Jamil episodes for the month back-to-back, so you get 2 hours of Jamil, and then we post them later. So, all right, cool, brother. Have a good one.
All right, thanks.
All right, no problem. We'll see you. Good old Jay-Z. It's good to see, right, guys? It was crazy. That guy running back and forth to the stage.
Yeah. He always sits way in the back of the banquet hall.
Yeah.
So he just comes running from the back. Sometimes he doesn't get all the way back to his seat. He gets called again.
Like he doesn't know he should sit at the front.
Yeah. The other, was it Orlando or the year before? He was walking around looking like Mr. T. He had like 9 medals, I swear. And that was the time when he got halfway down, and and it would just say, Jamil, please turn around and come back up.
Yeah. And they kept making fun of him this time too. It was cool. I don't have any audio from the banquet, and I did that kind of for a reason. That is something you guys should check out. I actually missed the banquet last year. I went to the whole thing, and I didn't go to the banquet. I went to like later in the award ceremony. It's something you guys got to check out, and it's really a good part of it. And I think that some other homebrewers, if you're listening during today's show and you want to talk about your experiences there, you want to share in some of this, feel free. 888-401-BEER, and let's get the word out there about how cool the stuff was.
I thought you didn't record it because we were all hurting.
We were, dude, we were in bad shape by that day.
We were hurting.
I got to say, that will come along with our stories, too, where you guys are going to find out why we were feeling so bad. But, yeah, basically, I was forcing myself to drink at the banquet.
Yeah, me too.
Just to gain a personality.
It was tough. There's a big pitcher of beer on the table, and, I wasn't going to pour it for myself, but somebody kept pouring it for me.
Yeah.
And...
the beer was brutal bitter from Rogue, so it's not like an easy drinking beer.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, and you know what? I love the beer. That was kind of mean to do on last day of the conference.
Yeah.
Because I know our table wasn't the only one feeling like that.
Yeah.
Have a little sympathy for some brothers and pour some session, I
agree, man.
You rage for 4 days like that. And you know what? Like, as you said, my body's angry at me.
My body was very angry with me. We'll tell that. I got more stories about that. We're going to get into all of that stuff. Let's get to the feedback.
Oh, my God!
You've got mail.
Kick ass.
Lots and lots of stuff this week. I'm going to try to get through it quick so we can go to break and come back, start playing you some of the audio from the NHC this year. First one, I got a nice, he wasn't angry, but he certainly was disappointed in how we conducted ourselves on the Rochefort show.
Ooh.
The last live show we did before going away. Doc, you're going to enjoy this one. Check it out. Being a 20-year home brewer, Actually, let me preface this one really quick by saying I do love all of the honest feedback. You guys should know that. Even when it's negative and everything, I like to get it. So even if I'm going to goof on this guy, I actually respect that he sent me a nice email and I wrote him back and everything. So don't expect not to get goofed on, but we do take all feedback to heart. Being a 20-year homebrewer, I found the Rochefort lecture to be highly interesting and informative. Regretfully, the regular BN guys, which is me, Doc, and JP, I expect, the regular BN guys were totally disrespectful to the monks, the abbey, and the way of life of these unique individuals. Homebrewing and brewing is a very respectful art and craft with rich history. I don't believe goofing it up is necessary. It makes the process and heritage of brewing dumbed down and ugly. Maybe Sean should have his own show where beer and brewing can be discussed seriously and respectfully. And that's Mike from Oregon. And a couple of serious things first.
What could I have said that was disrespectful?
Was it the moment that you called my brewing equipment holy shit? Possibly.
I don't believe beer needs to be dumbed down.
Listen. I respect your opinion, absolutely.
Yes.
I'm not opposed to Sean having his own show, I'll tell you that right now. But it isn't because we don't treat beer with respect and even occasionally seriousness. I stopped apologizing for what we do a long time ago on here. We take home brewing, at the value that we find in it, and that's that it's a hobby for us and it's very enjoyable. And most of the time that we're brewing around here, we're also laughing and throwing food and farting and making fun of each other. And that was the whole idea behind the show. But I think the fact that my career and JP's career, for example, revolves around beer is more than enough proof. I don't think we have to make any arguments about how we respect it and also find it to be an extremely valuable and rich pastime as well as craft. So I don't think we did it any disrespect. I would not do a monk show without Doc in the background making holy shit jokes. I'm going to tell you right now, that's just the way we roll around here.
Never mind the fact that the monks don't make the beer anymore. Did Mike from Oregon actually listen to the show? Or was he I'm going to write them a stern letter and miss that point?
I do like the very sternness like this.
Yeah, he's a letter writer.
Homebrewing is a very respectful art and craft with rich history.
I can see him adjusting his glasses as he says that.
And I'm not arguing any of these points. You're absolutely right. It is. But it's also a good reason for people to get around and have a good time.
Yeah.
And,
we got to listen to the monk.
Yes, we do. That's absolutely right. We've gotten feedback from our monk listener, and he enjoys the show very much. I don't think he listens to it in the Abbey, but he enjoys our show. So, again, I actually do appreciate the feedback. Here's what I have to say. There's a reason that there's multiple shows on the Brewing Network. The Jameel Show is great for very serious brewing information, and he actually throws in some good jokes. You get a laugh out of Jay-Z.
Respectful.
Yeah, serious and respectful. There's also other podcasts out there that are much more serious and potentially respectful. I don't know. You got a lot of choices out there. Listen to us, because we're the best.
That's being serious and respectful.
There are a lot of podcasts out there that are very serious, but bring a glass of water when you listen because it's very dry.
All right, so moving on. I didn't want to harp on the guy. I do appreciate the feedback. Here's another one. Justin, help us, save us. I'm suffering through the aftermath of your first off Sunday. I think it was his first off Sunday. It was our second. And it's really painful. I've had to fill the void with other podcasts on my drive to work this week. They really do, they try really hard to be good, and I'm sure they're really nice people. But they're from a different planet. A lesser planet. A clueless planet. They make me shake my head in disbelief. You never appreciate what you've got until it's gone. Thank you for helping us fully appreciate the BN by wimping out once a month. And that's from Chris in Hollywood. Hey, there are good podcasts out there, so keep checking on our off weeks.
I think there's a good one coming up on Friday, right?
Keep looking. There is. We do have a show this Friday.
That's right.
Meet.
A lot of good. Oh, shit, I had some questions for Jamil in one of these feedbacks. I'll have to get him back later.
What were they? I bet I can answer them.
All right, we'll let you function as Jamil for that. Here, let me do this one first. Hey, I'll just started on my 10th show of the Sunday Archive, so a new listener for us.
Great.
Wanted to drop a quick thank you to everyone involved in the show. Looking forward to getting through them all and catching a live broadcast next week, which actually could be this one. Maybe this guy's listening right now. You're all great. Can't wait to brew again on the 4th and try some of your tips, and that's from Boone. You got a Boone in the chat room with you there?
Boone.
No Boone. All right.
But he might not be in the chat. Maybe he's doing weird things to himself.
Okay, here's the one that was for Jamil that I forgot to ask him. Questions that you can answer, JP.
I'll try to answer like Jamil.
He says, Jamil's accomplishments at the Nationals have inspired us all. All that fame and glory brings up all sorts of questions about St. Jamil. Here are my top 6. Number 1, how many batches of beer did he brew to develop that level of expertise?
8,500.
No, the better question is how many has he dumped out?
Yeah.
10.
Here, let me get Jamil back on for this. I mean, it's funny having you do it, but some of these are serious questions.
Well,
let's try to be serious and respectful toward beer. Okay? JP?
Okay. Yeah, talking to my flesh microphone if you want to get that kind of serious level, okay?
For just 1 second, can we be serious and respectful?
No. Do you have the monk music again? We should play it for this guy.
I do. But then I'd have to interrupt our banjo.
No, we can't do that. Sorry.
Doc won't have it.
Ain't happening.
Well, if we get Jamil back on the phone to answer 6 questions, you're going to loop that banjo for 80 minutes.
He's not. He's not. Oh, wait, here he is. Hey, Jay-Z, are you there?
Yeah.
I had a feedback come through I forgot about, so you got to answer some questions from the feedback. It was all questions for you. He says, in your accomplishments and fame and glory, he's got a lot of questions for you, and here are his top 6. So if you can quickly run these down. Number 1, how many batches of beer did you have to brew to develop that level of expertise?
I don't know. I'm still working on it, I guess.
You've done every style at least once, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I would say, once I brewed every style, so maybe 100, 140 or so.
Okay. Next question along with that is, how do you have time to brew that much? He wants to know.
I'm a very lazy brewer, so I cut back on all the non-essential stuff. So I don't do secondaries. I don't do, a lot of the little things that people do that they think they're critical. I don't do. So I got my brew day down to like 5 hours.
Ah, nice.
I try and just knock out as many batches as I can in a row and be done with it.
Okay. Next question. What do you do with all that beer?
All that beer inside them jeans. I want to make you scream.
A lot of it I used to pour out. Now I give it to Justin.
Yes, that's true. I've been getting beer lately. It's nice. Is brewing your only hobby?
No, and I've had a lot of different hobbies, but now it's my prime hobby. Sure.
Okay. 2 more. Let's see. Most famous pro craft brewers have far fewer awards than you do, Jamil. When are you going to turn pro?
As soon as it pays as well as managing software development.
That's a really good answer, actually. Okay, last question. Should we start spelling him with a capital H when referring to Jamil?
No.
We don't have to do that. All right. Thanks, Jay-Z.
Sure.
We'll see ya.
M. Ward had a great comment about Jay-Z in the chat room. Let me find it again. He goes, this guy is a top ninja at Macromedia. He's probably not a guy who does anything half-assed.
Yeah.
A top ninja. That's pretty good.
That's software geek speak, right?
Yeah.
See, ask and you shall receive. That was from Chris.
It was Ninja Kasi.
Yeah. Let's see. He's Ninja Kasi.
Celebrate ancient art and seriousness of brewing.
Ninja Kasi.
Very serious brewing.
Here's some feedback about the Amagang show that we did.
Oh my god.
He says, holy fucking shit, good job. Props to Sully for trying to keep you on track.
Whoa. That's not something you hear every day.
At times. He says, because I was trying to say, hey, Justin, he says to me, Justin, can we discuss my education when we're not on the phone with the brewer from Amagang? Which is true. I was trying to get sidetracked, and Sully was keeping me on track.
So where is the big-headed patriarch?
He's on vacation, I think.
Again? He's always somewhere else.
He's in Canada now. But then he goes on to say, after giving him props, he says, but could you punch him in the nuts the next time he says the address of his beer hole? He says he sounds retarded, blathering out the address like an obsessive-compulsive.
Sorry.
And he says it's not good advertising. That's it. Thank you for the work you put into this. Feel free to give Sully a nut shot on the air from me.
Ew.
That was catfish. I will, in Sully's defense, say that you guys got to know he does it as a joke, right? Like,
oh, yeah.
He doesn't honestly think he's getting a good impression by repeating 563 2nd Street every 2 minutes.
That sounds like it's just 2 blocks from AT&T Park.
It's pretty close to that, yeah.
And it's often.
Here's an email about my truck, which will lead me just to a real quick story. Y'all know my truck got broken into a couple weeks ago.
You got to fix that because I can't hear you on your cell phone with that thing broken.
And I was really upset about it and upset about the state of people. But actually, a couple days after the show, a listener donated a couple $100 into the PayPal.
Wow!
With a note like, "Here, fix your truck, brother." For me to get my truck fixed.
Whoa.
And I gotta say, my truck would not be getting fixed if it weren't for that. I don't have that kind of dough laying around. I would just be riding the motorcycle or, the white trash air conditioning.
No, there's a plastic window with lots of duct tape.
Something. But then I can't see out, and all the mirrors on my truck are broken also. So the only mirror I have is my driver's side mirror. So if I were to put up plastic, I'd be fucked.
Yeah, you'd be like...
Yeah.
I've got an appointment to get my truck fixed tomorrow. They're coming to fix both my windshields broken, too, and my, it's all cracked up in the...
Oh, dude, that's great, man.
So he did that. But another listener, too, it wasn't the only sentiment. Another listener sent me this email. It was a funny one, too. He's a sergeant in the BN Army. He's a staff...
He's promoted himself.
Well, he calls himself Staff Sergeant Chris.
Staff.
He says, so Justin, I understand the BN Army's primary fighting vehicle is currently in need of a new window. Knowing how many germs can enter a broken window is cause for great alarm. I would hate to hear that General Crosley has suffered a biological attack due to a faulty field unit. It's interesting that I'm sick this week, too, by the way, due to this.
How it is?
Could be part of this faulty field unit.
I noticed the big bottle of Germ-X in front of you.
Yeah, producer Shat got that for me right here on the desk, so anytime I freak out, I can just alcohol myself. He says, I hereby volunteer to pay for a new window for the general staff car. One asshole to break a window, one non-asshole to fix it. Maybe life balances out after all. And I gotta say, that line means a lot to me, and it's exactly what I thought about after I was kind of depressed about the state of mankind and my window getting broken.
Well, they broke your window for no good reason because there's nothing in there to steal.
Yeah, exactly.
They picked the crappiest car in the parking lot. Let's break this window.
It was just to be a jerk. And so he's right, man. One non-asshole to fix it, that does balance things out. He says, I could call your repair facility with a credit card number. I could do the PayPal directly to you, but I worry if I PayPal to you, you'll just buy a new microphone or something like that to enhance our pleasure and forego the window and just suffer with it, which is probably true. But that guy put instructions specifically that I should spend the money on the window, so I did. Anyway, he says some really nice things about me, and goes on.
We won't go into that.
We don't need to read that. I feel like a jerk reading that, but he was very nice, a good dude.
Very nice.
That's from Staff Sergeant Chris in the Maltose Falcons. He is the BN Army SoCal Field Support Division. So, by the way, feel free to create your own divisions and ranks out there, man. It's your army.
Yeah, but anything above captain, you got to clear it with us first.
That's right. You do have to talk to Doc if it gets above captain.
Yes.
We spell staff with a PH.
Yes, of course.
Mr. Big in the forum had a good kind of a Zen thing for you, Jay.
Really?
And I really like to read it to you. It's
okay.
It's life is like a penis. When it's hard, you get fucked. When it's soft, you can't beat it.
That's Zen.
There you go.
Thank you for this moment of Zen. That's good. I like it. I like it a lot. We're going to take a break, everybody. New Cold Hot Crash here. Their album is going to be available in our store this week, so you can buy it right from us. It's our favorite band here in the Bay Area. Cold Hot Crash. We'll be right back with some audio from the NHC. Hang in there, everybody. It's good to have you back with us.
Sold your soul 'cause you can't afford it. Left your home in California on your own, trying to market your new line. Getting close just never cuts it. Hand grenades are you're gone. In the middle, there's a feeling. It's getting harder to hold on. Lost it now, damned if I know where it's gone. I should have followed all the way through the entrance I have drawn. Fill my cup with guilty pleasure, drink it up, hanging over everything in full exposure. We're naked now. Memories are taking over, clear and loud. Curse the sound. Get excited when you're leaving. Feel like dying when you're gone. In the middle, there's a feeling. It's getting harder to hold on. Get excited when you're leaving. Feel like dying when you're gone. In the middle, there's a feeling. It's getting harder to hold on. It's getting harder to hold on. It's getting harder to hold on. It's getting harder to hold on.
Hi, I'm Sean O'Sullivan, the brewmaster and co-founder of the 21st Amendment Brewery and Restaurant in San Francisco. 6 years ago, Nico Freccia and I opened the 21st Amendment on 2nd Street with the intent of bringing back the local neighborhood brew pub. Well, the neighborhood has really changed over the years, but the 21st Amendment still remains a great place for people to meet over a terrific meal and a tasty pint of beer. In the past, the only way you could enjoy the 21st Amendment's handcrafted beers was at the brew pub. Well, all that has changed. Now, the 21st Amendment beers are available in cans. That's right, cans. When was the last time you had a great beer in a can? Well, that day has come. We're offering our world-famous Watermelon Wheat and 21A IPA in cans. Cans are a better package than glass because cans keep the beer fresher longer, but you can also take cans to places where bottles can't go, like the beach, lake, golf courses, and sporting events. So join us in the revolution to take back the can from the big breweries and crack open a cold 21A craft beer in a can. The 21st Amendment, 563 2nd Street in San Francisco, just 2 blocks from Giants Park.
Mix me your 100-grain amber recipe, and I'm going to eat it. And then it can ferment in my gut. It totally works. The beer is almost identical to the grain sandwich.
Your colon won't know what hit it.
The home of live beer radio. TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to
The Session.
You're listening to the Brewing Network. Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck.
All right, and the NHC party moves on. Now, by the way, if you haven't seen a picture of our new chat moderator, Sheila, I suggest you go to the forum now and get a look at Sheila. She's our new, once JP gets put out of his job, Sheila will be our new moderator. And she's a sight to behold, to say the least. And I suggest you go to the forum, go to the Beer Radio tab, and have a look.
I especially like the pictures, the dirty dishes in the background.
She's hot. Check it out.
There's dishes in the background?
Yeah, dirty dishes in the background.
I couldn't tell.
Yeah.
I couldn't see
I had to look
past.
away. I had to look away.
Check it out, everybody. I got John Palmer on the line. He's calling to say what's happening.
Hey, guys.
What's happening, Mr.
How
Palmer?
you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm on the deck right now with my laptop and headphones and grilling chicken.
It sounds like you're grilling. I can hear something grilling.
I thought it was bacon.
Yeah.
It sounded like bacon to me.
I thought he was hosing down the deck. Oh, just doing a little maintenance.
I guarantee you that Palmer's out there with no pants on right now.
My knees are showing. Let me put it that way.
Did you have a good time at NHC, brother?
Oh, I sure did.
Now,
Sure did.
if you guys aren't aware of this, John Palmer got a recognition award, and man, does this guy deserve it! And that was really awesome to see too.
That was a very special thing. I had no clue it was coming.
Yeah, it looked like it came out of left field for you. Your face was just priceless.
Yeah, yeah. Jay-Z's up there saying all these nice things about somebody, and I'm leaning over to JP and thinking, this is probably for Randy Mosher,
Yeah.
And then when he said, the author of How to Brew, and it's like, holy shit.
I think that's me.
Hey, guys, is that me?
Did I do that?
It's like, should I go up there?
Yeah, what do I do now?
Yeah.
No, that was cool. And, I was talking with some folks. Those awards have been given out before, and you could tell when somebody cares about that and when it means something to them and when it doesn't. And with you, man, that was awesome because
you were verklempt.
This is part of your life's work here, and you should be recognized for that. That was very, very cool.
Yeah, it was very special to me. I was really overwhelmed, and I don't think I said anything terribly coherent up at the mic, but
it was nice.
Yeah,
everybody was touched in their own way, and me especially because I was sitting next to JP.
Who was touched?
I got quick hands.
Yeah,
emotional time.
Now, aside from winning that award, what would you say was your favorite part about being at the NHC this year?
Hanging with Doc.
Hanging with JP.
Yeah, that's it.
That was it.
Yeah. Gosh, I don't, I commented to a couple of people, I can't walk 10 feet without talking to somebody.
Yeah.
And, my voice was gone by the first night,
I think
Pro Brewers night.
Thursday night, it was gone.
Yeah. I was just having a great time talking with people. People come up, say, hey, I love the book, and they'd start to talk. We'd start talking about brewing.
Yeah.
And, different questions, different issues, and, I just enjoyed talking to people the whole time I was there.
That is cool.
It's like I was listening to Jay-Z earlier, and every year is just a kick-ass event. See friends that you saw last year, faces you recognize, names you might not quite remember, but it's always good getting reacquainted and just a great time.
Yeah. I agree. In fact, I saw a lot of people there this year that I had met last year, and that was great to see them again. And then just there were so many people at this one that all the new faces, that was very cool.
Yeah.
So,
what made it really neat was being part. The Brewing Network really kind of brings out all the freaks.
Yes.
But in a good way, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
Sure.
a lot of people that you maybe see every once in a while, or maybe even will never see again, or have never met, or whatever. They come over and say that they listen and whatever, and that's cool, man. And it's like you make a lot of friends listening to the Brewing Network and going to events like that. It's amazing.
We gathered
totally
a lot
cool.
of people from the Brewing Network, and they would just hang with us. Now, I really like having a crew, hanging with people, and it would just I don't like standing in the room going I'm here by myself.
Yeah.
It was always somebody that I knew, and they just come and hang with us. It was just
and if there was ever like any dull moments, just look for the BN Army crew. Wherever they are, it was all laughs and insults and odd pictures being taken. Just cool stuff like that.
Yeah.
So.
But as usual, club night was phenomenal. Just the food there, besides the beers, the food that the different clubs bring is always fantastic.
Yeah, I missed the whole thing.
Yeah. Somebody said they were going to tape my presentation, and then they California'd me, man.
I did. I totally California. John Palmer, of all people. You know what's funny is that I've been to these conferences before, not just the NHC, but I did the same thing at the Craft Brewers Conference. If it's a 9 a.m. lecture, and I always be like, oh, I'll be there, and I have every intention to be there. I think that I'm going to feel fine the next day.
Right.
I'm not going to party too hard that night. Well,
wrong.
I've missed every 9 a.m. lecture I've ever said I was going to record. Every single one. You're not the first one, John Palmer. You're like the fifth. And because what happened, so we're out with
so
you
I'm
too.
no better than anyone else.
You're no better or worse than anybody else. Well, we're out at Falling Rock the night before, and you were there, John. But
I was having a great time with you.
You know, you were smart because you left at a reasonable hour. It was late, but at least, you know, you probably got a good 7 hours of sleep.
Yeah.
Me and Doc stayed out drinking Belgians and sours until 4 a.m.
That was. We brought it strong on that one.
And every single beer after that went down our throat after 11 was at least 10%.
Okay.
And so I will tell you this, John. I woke up at 8:55. And I jumped up and I looked at my watch and I went, you know what? There's no way I'm going to make it in time to set up the microphone before he starts, so fuck it. And I just went back to sleep.
You looked at the clock and went,
well. My apologies, John Palmer. But here's what I thought was a good thing about it. You have a PDF presentation on the lecture you gave. And I thought we'd just have you come in here with the PDF so that people can view it at home, and you do it live with us.
Yeah, I could do that.
Yeah, see, that's my out.
Yeah,
like that?
I could do that.
I could do that.
Are you going to give me a tap handle for speaking here on the Brewing Network?
I'll give you an award of some sort.
And you promised to bring beer next time, too.
Ooh.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll give you... Start brewing, son.
Now he's got to finish that new killer brewing system he's putting together.
I was working on it today. In fact, I was out there putting the frame together.
What are you building?
I'm building a rim system. It's a propane, direct fired rim system using B3 pumps and variety of fittings. Some valves so I can direct the workflow where I want from switches on a control panel.
Solenoid valves.
Yeah.
That's good.
And, it should be pretty cool.
And so you're, like, putting together and welding the whole frame for it and everything? You're doing, like, a stand?
No, I snagged some shelf equipment from work that they were throwing out.
Nice.
It was it's the I don't know, you see them at Home Depot, the rivet kind with the little teardrop, you slip the modules in place.
They're called Gorilla Racks.
Yeah.
There you go, Gorilla Racks.
Those are great.
Building out of that.
Okay. Well, because it actually surprises me that you don't have all this already. Not just because you're John Palmer, but you're a metallurgist for heaven's sake, and you don't have all this stuff sorted out all these years later.
Well, it's because I've always designed brewing systems for every man. Because I'm always writing about them.
Yeah.
It's like I always wanted to build something and use something that I could describe in the book. It's like, okay, you can go to Home Depot and buy all this stuff yourself, put it together like this.
Yeah.
Because that's what I was always writing about it. And so this year I finally decided, I'm going to build something for myself.
Nice.
And I'm having a lot of fun doing it.
Well, take a lot of pictures anyway, because you can share this one with us too, even though it's yours.
Will do.
Take some photos, and we'll make a little forum for it.
Now flip the chicken, man.
Yeah. I just said, okay, corn's still very cold. Crank that up.
Cold corn. Hot corn, cold corn. Bring it along with Jimmy Down.
Here, smell this.
Wow.
Smells great.
Wow.
Perfect timing because I just ripped a fat fart.
Oh, is that what that smell was? It smells great.
Yeah. This is the easiest chicken in the world. You take the boneless, skinless thighs and soak them in a bottle of Italian dressing for half hour.
Yep.
No beer involved?
On the grill. I'm having a stone pale ale at the moment.
But the beer's involved. I think he meant like marinating it, but drinking it's okay
that's
too.
Good enough.
But then all the alcohol goes away.
It's our new Sunday show. It's Cooking with John.
Cooking with Palmer.
Cooking with Palmer. And tune in every week for a new simple recipe.
Not to be confused with Cooking with your Palm.
I was making chili today earlier because we got a potluck at work tomorrow. So I used a bottle of the what is that? It's the Sam Smith Nutty Brown.
Oh yeah,
brown.
Good
Nut Brown
beer.
Ale.
Yep.
Used a bottle of that in the chili.
Use that in the chili.
How much chili powder per bottle?
One jar.
Thank you. Whoa, how much are you making, dude?
Good Lord, it's a lot of chili. I hope.
Oh no, that's only a portion of it. I used 2 red bell peppers, 4 fresh pasilla peppers.
It's so funny.
I love
2
John Palmer
habaneros,
so much.
Yeah.
2 cans of the diced green chilies,
So great.
3 onions, 4 pounds of ground beef.
And just you and your kids?
Yeah.
Well, this goes in the crock pot for work tomorrow.
I see. It's No Pants Cooking with Palmer every Sunday right here on the Brewing Network.
With No Pants Palmer.
No Pants Palmer.
No socks.
NPP.
No
Some
socks.
for the chili and some for No Pants Palmer.
All right, brother. Thanks for calling in. It's good to hear from you.
Yeah, good to talk to you guys again.
All right. Have yourself a good weekend. Say hello to the family and send us pictures of that new system.
Will do.
All right, brother. Cheers.
Take care, guys. Bye.
Bye, John.
The great John Palmer, Recognition Award at the NHC this year, and of course, How to Brew is the book, and he's the co-author of Jamil's new book, Brewing Classic Styles. HowToBrew.com, or go to thebrewingnetwork.com and buy the pre-sale Brewing Classic Styles from us. All right, what did I have in store for you? You know we've got some big announcements to do today.
Announcements.
In fact, I didn't even say at the beginning of the show that we have some huge... I did post it.
It's huge. It's so huge it even dwarfs.
We have some big announcements.
Certain things in this room.
I want to do some more
ego,
some more building. I think. Let me tell you that. Yeah, I'm not going to announce just yet. Here's what we're going to do right now. I've got to
build up a tolerance.
I want to give you the intro speech to the NHC.
Oh, cool.
We're really kind of going on this buzz, and after that, we'll do one of our announcements. I will tell you this: if you're listening live and you're thinking you got other things to do, do not go away. These announcements are awesome. They're very cool.
Very good thing.
They're very exciting. Very exciting for us. Very exciting for you. You're not going to want to miss it. This isn't just one of those teasers where I tease you for nothing. When have we ever not come through on these big things?
Yeah, I was going to say
we come through.
Yeah. Our big things come through.
There's a couple really good things.
We've done some big things before.
Yeah,
this is right up there, if not bigger.
We're going to do another big thing.
We're going to do lots.
We're going to do so many big things for you guys.
Things, 3 big things. It's big.
Yes,
too many bigger.
Yeah, so many big things.
It's so big.
So many big
things.
That's
so big.
All around me. So many big things all in my face. It's amazing.
Hey, sir, that's really big.
Okay, so
got a lot of hogs for
continuing
you.
with our NHC wrap-up, here's what I'm going to give you. I've got a couple of different audio clips, and then a little bit later in the show, we're going to give you a full lecture from Matt Brynildson on how you can blend beers at home and some different techniques to do it. Right now, what I'm going to play for you was the actual introduction speech to the National Homebrewers Conference this year. And first what you have is Charlie Papazian introducing his friend and the official speaker of the introduction, John Hickenlooper, who is the mayor of Denver. And I thought it was just real cool that he, took time out of his day to come hang out with us.
Well, we're getting a lot of people in the chat guessing about what the big things are.
And are they guessing right?
Don't say yes or no, because if they are, everyone will know.
Do you want me to read a couple before you start this, or write them down and we can do it afterwards? Because they're kind of funny.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, read them. Are they right?
No.
Okay, then read them. Yeah,
okay.
What do you got?
Daniela's coming back because she realized that Germany sucks balls.
That's going to happen.
Roger won't show his ass anymore. Maybe that's a big thing.
Both of those are equally likely.
I can't look at a bottle of Drake's without thinking.
Yeah, I know.
Roger's ass.
$100 and you get a blowjob from me.
That's much more likely.
That's kind of on the thing.
Yeah.
That's about it.
Okay. Keep the guesses coming. I like this game, actually. Yeah. This is not bad at all. Here is the intro speech. It's just a few minutes long, and I thought it was well done, so I wanted to play for it.
Good.
Give you guys the feel as if you're there at the NHC 2007.
Now I'd like to bring up the founder and president of the founder of the American Home Brewers Association and president of the Brewers Association. I'm sure you recognize this guy's mug, Charlie Papazian.
I want to start out and make sure to remind all of you not to forget to relax, don't worry, and have a home brew. I'm also up here to introduce Mayor John Mayor Brewer John Hickenlooper. Let me just get through the official stuff first. Working as a turnaround artist seems to come naturally to Hickenlooper. He arrived in Denver in 1981 as an exploration geologist with a petroleum company. After the collapse of the industry, he took his severance check and opened the city's first brew pub, the Wynkoop Brewery, in a very rundown section of town in 1988. And I was there rummaging through this old warehouse, and I remember how excited he was about the oak behind all the crud that was on the pillars in the Wynkoop. Many of you have been there. Many of you will be there this week. When he was there, he was imagining a great brewery in a pretty rundown part of town. And now he's imagining a great city. Well, he's created a great city. Both his business and the lower downtown area, now known as Lodo, lower downtown, have prospered. Similarly, he had no previous political experience before running for mayor in 2003. And much of the city, which had been struggling when he took over, has prospered over his watch. Now then, what about the real John Hickenlooper that I know? Well, we don't have enough time. He is more than the mayor of Denver. He's a guy I know, if he had the time, a guy you want to hang around and enjoy beer with, because I've done that. And I can tell you that I have been with him when he's been on the front of the bus, singing at the top of his lungs. I've been with him when he has reveled in side-splitting stories about his life adventures. He's just like you and I. He's a guy that's had some profoundly life-changing experiences over that have resulted from a couple of beers. Help me welcome our friend, Mayor John Hickenlooper.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And Charlie didn't tell you half of what he could. The check is in the mail. This is your official welcome to Denver. And let me just say that not every conference or convention gets an official mayoral welcome. But then again, you guys are special. And I do want to point out that the first election in the city of Denver, the first play, the first dramatic presentation, and the first medical procedures were all performed in saloons. We have a long history in Denver of recognizing the importance and the confluence of quality of life and fermented beverages. I dropped out of college after my freshman year. I went to a little college in Connecticut called Wesleyan University, and I ended up working that summer with the American Friends Service Committee, transforming an abandoned sardine factory on the northernmost coast of Maine, in Eastport, Maine, in Washington County, the third poorest county in the United States. And we lived with local families, and they fed us, and they took care of us. I remember on the 4th of July, we played a softball game, and that was when it was explained to me that everyone up there, they didn't have enough money to buy beer. They all brewed beer. And that was that summer of 1971 was when I first started homebrewing. It was only slightly behind Charlie Papazian, who was maybe 3 or 6 or maybe 8 months ahead of me. Although, let me say, he went towards higher quality much faster than I did. Those were the days of, Blue Ribbon malt and Fleischmann's yeast and certain tastes I'd rather not remember. I do like to point out at this time that you can, in Denver, there are now 80 different styles of beer that you can get on any given day in Denver. We like to refer to Denver as the Munich of the West, and Colorado as the Napa Valley of beer. And certainly all of you, if I as a welcomer, an official greeter, I'd be remiss if I didn't encourage you all to come back for the Great American Beer Festival in the fall, which is, personally, I think, right up there with Halloween is one of the greatest celebrations we have. Charlie told you after I got laid off we didn't get laid off. The whole company got sold, and we all got enriched. Actually, every man, woman, and child in the oil company I worked for got 2 years severance when the company got sold back in 1986. We had women running down the halls with $25,000 after-tax checks, screaming hysterically. They were so excited. You never saw so many people so happy to lose their jobs in your entire life. And I went out. I bought a 1967 red Malibu convertible. And I went out to help my brother fix his roof in Berkeley, California. And those days, that brew pub was called Fallen Rock. It's since renamed itself to Triple Rock because they got sued. That's a different story. But anyway, I remember waiting in line on a Wednesday night to go in and have a beer. My brother said, you just want to show me this place. This was in the fall of 1986. And we got in there, waited in line, got our beers, we sat down, and I said, this is better than any homebrew I ever made, and better than any beer I could buy. And I just started talking to friends about it. At that time, I didn't know what I was going to do. There were no geology jobs. But I'd worked my way through graduate school as a geologist, renovating old buildings. And I kind of got caught up in this notion that we were moving back to making beer the way it had been made before Prohibition, with no preservatives, no additives, just the raw ingredients, and that this notion that it didn't improve with age, that beer was food, and that fresh beer was better, and that if you're going to go back to making beer in that historic way, what a perfect excuse to preserve old buildings and historic buildings. And I just couldn't get that out of my noggin. So my old friend Jerry Williams from the oil business, we went down to the library and got out a book on how to write a business plan. We didn't even know what the word pro forma meant. I'm still not sure I quite understand it. And we wrote a business plan, and it took us 2 years to raise the money to open Wine Coop. From when I first saw that brew pub in California, which was in the September of 1986, we opened Wine Coop on October 18th of 1988. So a little over 2 years there. I mean, it was a recession. I couldn't get my own mother to invest. She kept saying, "Who wants to eat dinner in a brewery?" I kept saying, "Mom, you missed like a bakery. It's going to be filled with the smells. It'll be wonderful." She said, "Yeah, maybe next time," is what she said frequently. And I was very fortunate at that time to run across a fellow named Russell Scherer, the late Russell Scherer, who he was the 1985 National Homebrewer of the Year through this organization. And he was working on starting a brew pub, so we got together, and he had this giddy passion about everything, about life and the pursuit of happiness in all directions, and especially about beer. And a guy told me, I talk about passion a lot now. We were right after I got elected mayor, which is its own long story. I'll spare you. I mean, the only reason I ran for mayor was my wife was convinced that I'd never win. There were 8 other candidates, and we started out like 3 or 4% in the polls, and we were always behind. And we did a couple goofy ads, and we kind of did a budget on how we deal with the deficit, and got endorsed by the big newspaper. Suddenly, the polls were shooting up, and my wife was reading the poll in the Rocky Mountain News, and she was turning the page, and she lowered the newspaper, and she goes, "You never told me you were going to win." But right after I got elected. And let me say that we did, during that campaign, one of our most effective marketing tools, we did coasters, bar coasters, and put them in every tavern and bar in town, saying that, well, you might as well get people when they're vulnerable to fresh ideas. Right after we got elected, I went on a leadership exchange to Montreal. And we were in the Montreal Forum, where they've been playing ice hockey for 60 years, and talking to this older gentleman who was talking about passion, and this is maybe a little bit too much passion. He was reminiscing about when he was a young man, just out of college, and the Montreal Canadiens were in the Stanley Cup Finals. It was the 7th game, and he borrowed some money from his brother, he got a favor from his cousin, and he got a ticket to the 7th game. In Canada, that makes the Super Bowl look like small potatoes. And he was way, way up in the nosebleed section, right, way up high, and just so excited to be there. And the crowd's on fire. You could see halfway through the first period an empty seat in the 3rd row on the blue line, right on the aisle. And as he's rooted and enjoyed the game, he kept watching that seat. And at the end of the first period, he saw it was still empty. He went down to the front, and he got around the security. I'm not condoning this. I'm just telling you what the story he said. And he went down there and he sat in the seat. And the action started up again, and he was totally wrapped up in the game. And there was, a break in the action, a timeout, and he noticed an older gentleman sitting next to him. And he looked over at the guy and said, "Oh, excuse me, I hope is it okay if I sit here?" And the older man says, "Oh, yeah. My wife and I had these tickets for 26 years. She died. She'd probably want you to use the ticket." And he felt awful. He didn't know what to say. He said, "Oh, I am so sorry. I had no idea. I should leave. I mean, don't you have some brothers or children that could have used the ticket?" And the older man looks at him and goes, "Oh, yeah, I've got 4 brothers, and they love ice hockey. And I've got 6 kids. They're all pretty crazy about ice hockey, but they're all at the funeral." And that's perhaps a little bit too much passion. But I will say that Russell Scherer brought all that passion and more to everything he did, and certainly to our enterprise of Wine Coop Brewing Company, and certainly in many ways embodied that passion that has driven all people that create great beer. You know, I remember going to my first Brewers Association brew pub conference, and Fritz Maytag was up there, and at one point he was in the middle of his talk, and he just paused, and in an aside he looked up and he said, "Do you realize that there are more yeast cells in this pint of beer than have lived human beings in the history of the planet?" It's a very profound fact, which I share for you one more time. Let me welcome you, urge you to spend a lot of money while you're in town. We need the sales tax. Let me lead you in a toast to the creativity, the passion, and the beauty created by artisans brewing beer everywhere. Have a great, great conference.
So there you go. I thought that was just a great intro to the NHC this year. That was John Hickenlooper, the mayor of Denver.
Well, it's a good thing Papazian knows him.
That's right.
And owner of the Wine Coop, which I think is Denver's first brewery.
I think
right?
he had said that, but he's a funny guy. You know, he's there, he's hanging out with brewers, and he had a beer in his hand. And
a fantastic pink shirt on, too.
He did have, it was salmon, I think Doc would have pointed
salmon.
out.
Come up, please.
But I think, that takes real carboys to do that, to wear...
He's got big carboys.
Real men wear salmon.
Yeah, to wear pink and a bunch of dudes.
Let's, I don't know, maybe it's endearing to them or something. I don't know. There's all sorts of psychology behind politics.
It's a whole different state.
It's just another state. That's actually the main issue here.
Denver, it's a state of mind.
But I just thought it was great. I'm happy to bring that to you, and everyone was very kind in letting me record them and put that stuff out there for you. So just another reason to check it out. I want to give you an image of the room. You could hear everybody sort of laughing and cheering, but we were in a giant banquet room, and if there were over 800 people final attendance, I would say that in that room there were over 500 people.
Oh, I would say over 700.
Really? You think more than that?
Yeah.
Very well could have been. And sort of at that moment, the conference hasn't officially started until that happens, and we're all kind of milling around in the hallways, and we've been in the hospitality suite a little bit, and we've picked up our packages. They give you they give you bags with your badges and some information about who's speaking and when. So you get all that happening, and all builds up to this moment. And so I guess what I mean is just that the energy in that room was really exciting. Everyone was so happy to kick this thing off, and a lot of people.
Exactly.
And you can tell by the number of people that it was a lot of people's first time. In fact, I would say the majority of the people I met, it was their first conference, and they were just really excited. Like, let's see what this is all about, what happens here.
And the kickoff thing was just starting gun.
Yeah, exactly. And like literally after that, the doors opened up. We piled into the hospitality suite. Those who didn't stick around for the first lecture, which was like 2% people stayed, and people started drinking and having a good time. One of the listeners I met him about 45 minutes after that opening speech, and I had met him last year at Orlando too. This guy was hammered 45 minutes after the opening speech. So we're talking, I don't know, 1 p.m., something like that.
Yeah. The speech was at 12, I think.
This guy was hammered.
Nice.
He was up in my face.
Doc, you were drunk already?
Not by that point. I was still recovering from the night before.
Not that one, yeah. So just kind of a cool thing. So that's a little taste of that. I got a couple other things for you guys. How about one of our announcements? You want to do that?
You want to hear the guesses?
Yeah, what do we got for guesses so far? I see that you've sent me a message. Zymer just thinks that my announcement is going to be that I'm gay.
Yep. That's one of them.
What kind of surprise would that be to everybody?
Surprise! Yeah. I'm just coming out of the closet. There you go.
What do you got?
One of them is Justin has Doc's balls on his chin.
That's not the right one. That's not the right one.
That's not a surprise.
Not funny.
Zymer just came, I don't know what it is, but he just said flying blind pig muff teaser, which I think is pretty funny.
Now, that's a surprise in any circle. Doc sent me a couple new ones this week.
Oh, really?
He sent me the Dark Timmy.
The Dark Timmy.
The Dark Timmy?
The Dark Timmy's disgusting.
It is.
Guys, if you're interested in the Dark Timmy, just go to Urban Dictionary. And another one is the Burning Donkey.
Let's save him for Friday.
Yeah,
the Burning Donkey is a good one.
Right, go on. What else you got for guesses?
I think the announcement is going to be that next week we get to see Justin on his national television debut. Unfortunately, it's not beer-related. He'll be appearing on Dateline NBC's To Catch a Predator.
Oh, that very well could be.
And that's it.
Who said that one?
Parker.
That bastard. Okay, so I said we have a couple of big announcements for you today. We'll do the first one, which is really exciting for the Brewing Network, and will mean a lot to those of you who can't do this thing on your own. And then the second one is really exciting to you guys, too. So we'll do mine first. The Brewing Network, people have probably been calling in. I think I've had the ringer off.
Oh.
If you've been calling in, call back 888-401-BEER, and just realized that it might have been ringing and didn't come through. Okay, so while I was at the NHC, I got a chance to talk with some folks from the Brewers Association, and I have been speaking with them about things before. We've been working on something for quite a while now, and we finally got confirmation. Everything is rolling. Everything is in place. The Brewing Network is now the official broadcast, webcast, podcast of the GABF this year. Yeah, we are the only one. We're the one.
The one.
We're the one. We are broadcasting 2 live shows, both from the Thursday session and the Friday session at the GABF. So we'll be up on the main stage interviewing brewers and doing the shows that we do for 2 days. We'll have a booth set up where we'll be conducting interviews and doing shows for the entire 3 days of the event. And we'll also be, obviously, airing those live over the stream. We will be streaming live the awards ceremony, which means a lot to craft brewers and their families out there, because there's, this is the event in craft brewing in the United States. I mean, it's the biggest one.
Or the world.
And possibly the world, but I think because it's only the American festival so far. So a lot of brewers, send their beer there, but they can't bring their whole entourage. And the Brewers Association and myself are really excited that I will be able to stream live the awards ceremony that's there that day. And that way people will be able to hear when their breweries win, even if they couldn't make it. And their staff gets to celebrate. They can have listener parties all over the place. For those of you at home, think about this just for a second. We've been able to get you a lot of interviews over the last couple of years here on the Brewing Network.
A lot of really good interviews.
We've done. I'd have to say we've done some pretty good interviews. One of the things that is tough for us sometimes is to get interviews from all over the U.S. because they all have to be done over the phone, and the time difference hurts people. So we haven't had as many across the U.S. interviews as we have West Coast interviews.
Right.
Well, think for a second about the GAPF. Everybody enters and goes to the GABF.
Everyone will be there.
I mean, we're talking thousands of breweries from across the country. and we're the official broadcast of that.
So they pretty much have to talk to us.
They got to come talk to us. Like, even if they don't like me, they have to come and talk to us. And we are going to be set up there so that we can really get a lot of different interviews with a lot of different people. I'm hopefully going to be. I will announce details as I get them, but I think we're going to be working with some other organizations to help with the interviews as well, because I won't be able to do them all. And that way, we just get more and more. And we're really going to compile a lot of content, not only to make available to you afterward, but to listen to during the entire GABF if you can't make it. And this is I got to tell you, you guys have no idea how excited I am about this.
If you can't be there, you wish you wanted to be there, it's the next best thing.
Yeah. I mean, it's really a cool thing. Last year, over 40,000 people went to this thing, and we get to webcast that this year. And that, to me, is really, it's kind of a step up, and it's exciting.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about that, just the sheer numbers, 40,000 people in 3 days.
It's unbelievable.
Why don't you tell them why and how this happened?
Because I'm on the show. Doc, I didn't want to bring it out, but now that I did everything.
It's all JP.
Yeah. Jerk.
What do I got, a Drunk of the Week call on hold?
Yes, sir.
No, he can hang
You'll
on.
never guess who it is.
Hang in there. Let me do this. Well, I'll tell you, there's several reasons that this has happened. First and foremost is the amount of listeners that we have. Like, you guys out there are very supportive, and not only are you listening, but you're telling people that you're listening, and that really helps a lot, so people know that. The other part of it is, and this will go into the story that I have to tell about why I missed club night and other things, that I did at the NHC. A lot of this business, like any other business, is you got to meet people, and you got to get out there, and this industry is so cool about meeting people, and they've really embraced me. I mean, these people have been so nice to me and give me interviews and just cool stuff. So the quality of stuff that we've done for people and the amount of response they get from you folks kind of led to the BA hearing about all that and realizing that if there's a place to do this, it's with the Brewing Network. So I got to thank you guys for that. It's been a cool thing, and I'm stoked, man.
Oh yeah. Definitely, the BN Army's out there. It's got the word out, and so it actually really gives us some clout. And they came to talk to us, which is really nice.
Yeah. It's they definitely asked if we could do this, and the whole thing here is that, and I've got another announcement that if you guys aren't excited about this, you'll be excited about the second announcement I have. But this one, I hope you realize that for the Brewing Network, this is a big thing, and we're real excited about it, and we're going to bring you some great audio from this thing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Doc's right. The BN Army is out there, and we're traveling, but not during the rainy season because we don't have a window in our truck.
That's right. The field unit is disabled in the rain.
Yeah.
Although, that will change tomorrow. What is this? Somebody in the chat room saying that you and I sound like Joan and Melissa Rivers?
I think that we will be.
At the event?
Yeah.
See,
look at Matt in his new press shirt. Oh, I don't like that color on him. He's more of a fall, and that's an autumn.
That's our show.
That's our show.
Well, I do have to say this, JP. I have to put the censor hammer down on you.
Oh.
One of the first things that was said to me as they're offering this thing
was no JP?
Well, they're like, they're like, listen, there's a lot of people, there's a lot of sponsors, we can't offend anybody. I'm like, you've listened to the show, haven't you?
Exactly.
So, we'll be on our best behavior, no worries.
Actually, my first words were, so I gotta watch what I gotta say.
Yeah.
So we can't call out people, hey, Tom, hey, how's the beer going? Still getting little kids drunk? I'm messing with you, what a good guy.
Just messing with you. Zymergist, where are you? There you are. What's happening, brother?
Excuse me, you just caught me as I was drinking a beer.
You going Drunk of the Week for us already, huh?
Well, yeah, I'm taking the shortcut.
Yeah. What are you drinking? Oh, Jesus. I gotta listen to that.
About that, man.
Yeah, you're right.
Hey, I heard you got my message.
Yes, I did get your message. See, you were wrong. The announcement isn't that I'm gay. But,
No. The rock through the window.
Rock through the window. Did I get that message?
Oh, no, that's why your thing's broken. That was his message to you.
I get it.
Well, I had this carrier pigeon, right?
Yeah. You are drunk.
And, hey, pigeons rule. I mean, if it wasn't for pigeons carrying, a line underneath the dorsal, guiding feathers, they wouldn't be able to carry coconuts.
That's right. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Right. And without coconuts, we wouldn't have hee-haw.
All right, I'll tell you what. You're drunk of the week, hands down.
Oh, cool.
Hey,
I'm trying to unseat Med. I mean, Med, if you're out there listening.
So I could, just turn it down. He won't even know.
No. I like he was talking about seating Med.
I just want to seat Med.
I just want to unseat you.
Yes. Oh, hey, did you get my care package?
I did, yes.
And thanks to the pigeons, we can carry coconuts.
You know what to do with it,
pigeons. Right? Yes, I know what to do. No, Zyme actually sent me an all-organic brew kit. I didn't.
Nice.
We were going to brew that yesterday, but I had another one that was been around a little longer, so I'm going in succession so it doesn't go stale. Yes, I'm probably brewing yours on Tuesday, as a matter of fact.
Cool.
So thank you very much for that. I appreciate it.
Well, I'm going to be brewing 2 beers for the TBN Army after OBS party.
Oh, very nice.
One of them's going to be my C4 Pale Ale, and the other one's going to be an IPA.
Does that mean we have to go to his house and drink
Army
them?
T-shirt. I'm going to call it Hop Grenade.
Hop Grenade.
Great.
Nice.
Yeah,
There's not going to be hoppy, is it?
I got left over.
Yeah, we're trying to get... JP's going to be there. I'm trying to get to OBF now. I'm not sure if it's going to happen, but working on it.
There are people in the chat.
I'll come down there and shave your ass and paint it red.
JP already did that. You have to figure out something else.
If we shave his ass, it's probably going to be red.
Pick a new color. Yeah. There are people in the chat refuting the claim of Drunk of the Week.
Really?
They're saying that they can understand what he's saying.
Yeah. Really?
You know what, Zyme?
See, I gave it to him because I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Zyme, you need to call back later.
Well, he's on Oxycontin or some shit like that. Like he's hammered on meds. He's popping pills.
He's not drug of the week. He's prescription drug user of the week.
He's Rush Limbaugh of the week.
Pills and booze. Pills and booze.
Are you on Percocets
God Almighty,
or something?
pills and booze.
No, it says oxycodone on it.
Oh, okay. So that's good. Anyway, all right. Well, listen. Maybe call back at the end of the show because right now you're only prescription drug user of the week. You're not drug of the week yet.
You're a liberal talk show host of the week.
For it.
All right, brother. I gotta go.
Goodbye.
Cheers, man. All right.
2 things in the chat real quick, and you can move on. Ready? One is people are wanting a salmon-colored BN shirt.
Uh-huh.
And then people want an update on Shat's Pliny.
It's drinkable. It's on the kegerator right now, as a matter of fact. Great. So how about, let's do this. We're in line for another break here. Let me take a quick break. We'll pour ourselves a sample of Shat's Pliny, and that way we can talk about it when we come back.
Great.
I've got a quick interview with Adam Avery and Vinny Cilurzo, and leading up to that, I'll tell you about why I missed Club Night and that whole thing, and we can talk about how all this stuff is happening. 888-401-BEER. That's our phone number if you want to call in. Feel free to do so. We're talking NHC, and coming up in a little while, I've got a great lecture given at the NHC by Matt Brindleson. He's going to tell us how we can blend beers. It's really good stuff. Hang in there. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
This year, the Great American Beer Festival will last for 3 days, have more than 40,000 visitors, more than 380 breweries, more than 1,600 beers. But only one lucky listener will be going for free. Beer, and more beer. The Brewers Association, White Labs, and the Brewing Network are sending you on the beer trip of the year. Airfare, hotel, all festival sessions for free. Brought to you by the Brewers Association, White Labs, Beer, and more beer, and the BN. Visit thebrewingnetwork.com for more details.
Better get out of my general store.
Well, you sold me one, you can sell me one more.
I ain't gonna sell you no beer no more.
I'm too drunk to think about it, might as well try. 100 pretty ladies and they're giving me the eye.
I told you once, I told you twice, drinking and driving is a bad man's vice.
And a left, right, and a right, left.
turn, which way do I go? Step out of the car, you're going to jail.
No! DUI, too drunk to think about it, might as well try. 100 pretty ladies and they're giving me the eye.
Walk the line, heel to toe, tilt your head back and touch your nose.
What?
Walk the line, heel to toe, tilt your head back and touch your nose. Walk the line, heel to toe, tilt your head back and touch your nose. Now recite backwards the alphabet.
Up yours, pig, you do that shit. DUI, too drunk to think about it, might as well try. 100 pretty ladies and they're giving me the eye. Walk the line, heel to toe, tilt your head back and touch your nose. Walk the line, heel to toe, play the guitar, go do go. Get my head back and touch your nose. Walking the line, heel to toe. Get my head back and touch your nose.
Put your hands on your hips, follow the pen.
I can't hear you, sir. Say it again.
Put your hands on your hips and follow the pen.
You know I fucked your sister in the back of my van.
Put your hands on your hips, follow the light.
Sir, I just want to go home tonight. DUI, too drunk to think about it, might as well try. Cold ain't starting 4th of July. Told you once, told you twice. Drinking and driving is a bad man's life. Told you once, told you twice. Drinking and driving is a bad man's life. Told you once, told you twice. Drinking and driving is a bad man's vice.
Live. Beer Radio. The Brewing Network. The Brewcasters.
If you're just starting, don't be discouraged by all this stuff. It's so easy. Just throw it together. Put some sugar and some water and some yeast in there. Yeah.
Brewing Network.
The Brewing Network. Saving your life. One beer at a time. Yes, so I snuck our big announcement in there at the break. I don't know if you guys caught that.
Yeah, you did.
I got to make sure that you guys are tuned in all the time. You don't just skip ahead at the breaks.
You cannot be slackers, man.
Yeah.
You got to catch that stuff.
We fooled you.
I'd let our promo department go ahead and announce the second big announcement for the day. If you were listening, you just heard that Beer, and More Beer, White Labs, the Brewers Association, and the Brewing Network all have teamed up, and we are giving away an all-expense-paid trip to the GABF this year.
That's right, baby.
How cool is that?
We will fly you from anywhere within the continental United States, pay for your hotel room, and also give you a pass to every session of the GABF. We're giving that away.
That's 4 sessions.
To you. That's 4 sessions, and it's really easy how you're going to get to win. All you got to do is buy a vial of White Labs from Beer, and More Beer. Every vial that you buy puts another one of your names in a hat. If you buy 10 vials, 10 times you're in that hat. If you buy 20, you get the point.
If you buy 100.
Yep. The more you buy, the more chances you have to win. And in the end, we're going to do a drawing. Also, on the Brewing Network right here, we are going to be giving away 10 slots.
Yeah. Finally.
10 sluts?
We're giving away 10 slots, also putting in that starting, I think, next week. I got to double check. What's our date on that?
The 22nd.
You're right. Starting the 22nd, and for every show thereafter, we will be giving away 2 chances to win per show. We'll be doing our contests on here like we always do. Yep. We will give away 1 trip for 1 person to attend the GABF. Now, the only caveat is there is no international travel. However, if you want to play and you are an international person, we welcome you to do so. You need to fly yourself to the U.S. and then we'll get you here. Now, I know that sounds ridiculous, but I'll tell you what, flights to New York from Europe are cheap. And that's if you get yourself to New York as part of the contest, we will cover any travel within the continental U.S. So we'll fly you to and from New York to the GABF and get you back there. So it will be a little expense out of your pocket, but a lot less than if you funded this trip yourself. So
flights from Europe to Denver aren't cheap.
They are not cheap. That's absolutely right. If for some reason you're in Europe and you have family in Denver, then you know. But we didn't want to exclude international listeners, so that's just kind of the deal. Full rules and regulations are posted at, JP?
morebeer.com/GABF.
So if you're in Canada, step over the border.
That's right. So this is awesome, too. I mean, we are so stoked to be doing this. Now, Beer, More Beer, and White Labs used to do this on their own.
Done it a couple times in the past,
And kind of stepped away from it, and we thought, hey, what better time to get right back into it than now, especially now that we're the official webcast of the whole deal. So we're all in conjunction and working together, and one lucky listener will get an all-expense-paid trip to the GABF. You got to buy your own food, I guess. So, but I think you
your own food, but hotel.
We don't really eat during that week anyway.
Yeah.
It's a liquid diet.
Right.
So don't worry about
it's
that.
It's like Thursday night through Saturday night, and you get your hotel. So if you want to stay before, if you happen to win, and we draw it, like a month before, so there's going to be plenty of time.
We'll give you time.
If you want to stay earlier, come earlier, stay later, then that's up to you. But, we can reserve all that. And
sure.
So I think it was purchases starting, tonight at midnight, right? So the 2nd.
Yeah.
12:01 a.m.
That's right.
On the 2nd of July, going through September 7th, I believe.
So that counts whether you're in the store or if you go to morebeer.com, wherever you are. For every vial of White Labs you buy, your name will go into the drawing. The more you buy, the better your chances. And one person is going to win right here on the Brewing Network. So we're stoked about that, too. That's a
right.
good deal.
We're going to be drawing.
Yes.
Drawing the name live.
We will do it live on the air like we've done all our other contests, too.
Live.
So stay tuned for more details. If you want to look at the official rules right now, you can go to morebeer.com/GABF, and we'll also be posting them on our site. In the coming weeks, there'll be a brand new page on the Brewing Network, and it will be our official GABF broadcast page. And you'll get a lot of information about when we're doing our shows during the GABF, what's happening there, and you'll also get information about this contest, too. So, hang in there. Stay tuned to morebeer.com and thebrewingnetwork.com, and there'll probably be some information over on whitelabs.com and all sorts of stuff about this giveaway.
Yeah, because aren't the tickets to the session like $75 a piece?
They're not cheap.
Yeah.
I do remember that.
That's amazing.
It can be expensive, so you're getting to go to 3 days worth.
3 days, but 4 sessions. So you even get, they do Thursday night, 5 to 10, Friday night 5 to 10, which is when all the slutty college girls come out, which is great fun.
That's a really good one.
Awful
Saturday, you get to go see all the awards and who wins.
Yeah.
And that's the afternoon session?
There's 2 sessions Saturday.
They call it the connoisseur tasting.
Well, it's also now, I think it's just AHA members only.
Well, I think along with your win, do you get an AHA membership too or something?
Yeah, and you get a 1-year AHA membership as well.
So we'll give you that too.
And then you get Saturday night, which is everyone who is 29 and younger goes and gets totally hammered.
Finishes all the beer.
Wall-to-wall hot chicks.
Oh, my God.
Well, drunk hot chicks.
And beer farts.
Exactly.
But mainly hot chicks.
But
and short skirts, because it's hot in Denver in July.
Or October. The earlier sessions actually have the best beer, because they do run out of the killer beers.
Thursday is the day to go.
Yeah.
Thursday and Friday.
All right, let me go to the phones. We'll be talking more about this as we go on. We've got some more NHC coverage to do. Matt's on the phone. What's happening, brother?
Hey, Justin.
How are you?
I'm good. Hey, I had a brewing-related question maybe Doc can help me out with.
All right, go for it.
It seems that last few times I brewed, I've been using whole leaf hops, and it seems the last beer I made, I used quite a bit of whole leaf hops, and I seem to be losing some volume in my wort based on using more whole leaf hops. Is there any kind of formula or some kind of conversion I can do to figure out how much extra water I need to add?
Oh, yeah, whenever you use whole leaf hops, they suck up a lot of wort. I've never really done the math to figure that out. You should probably just experiment with your own system and see how much you lost that one time.
I experimented with my system
bring it back.
night.
But you're going to lose a lot of stuff off of that. Do you really have to use whole leaf hops, or can you go to pellets?
I've just been using whole leaf, I guess.
Because the pellets have a lot less vegetable matter in there, and you're going to get tannins from the vegetable matter too. I gotten away from whole leaf hops. I've almost all just done pellets now. So, but you're going to get some filtering qualities with the whole leaf. So,
I used whole leaf hops last night and I used the Whirlpool immersion chiller system that Jamil has.
It clogged it up.
Whole thing got clogged up.
Yeah.
No Whirlpool for me.
So, I would just say just go to the pellet hop. You're going to get better conversion with the pellets. You're going to get a lot more hoppiness coming out of the pellets. And
you lose any kind of a freshness, fresh flavor, that sort of thing?
Actually, the pellets are better for fresh flavor because when they make the pellets, they enclose the lupulin glands in those little plugs, so they can't oxidize in the air. They're actually packed up that way, so that's the best way to do it. When you have whole leaf hops, all the lupulin glands are actually exposed to the air much more, so you're going to get more oxidative flavors coming off of that.
I've talked to the guys at Hop Union, and they've actually seen minimal alpha acid degradation in pellet hops for up to 5 years.
Wow.
If kept really cold.
Yeah.
You can't get that with whole hops.
No, you can't.
No.
And so there's a lot of reasons to go to pellet hops. The lupulin gland oxidation issue, the extra added vegetative flavors. You're going to get tannins actually from the hops. The more vegetable matter you have in there, and they're going to soak up a lot of wort. So if you're making like we're drinking a Pliny the Elder here, if you're going to use whole hops on that, it's going to suck up a lot of your wort.
Oh yeah. So
your whole final volume of your beer is just going to go down.
Yeah.
So you can keep with the whole hops, and then up everything else. But just putting more water in there is not going to get you what you want to do. You got to brew more beer, really, to get everything out of there.
I'm thinking I'm going to see the homebrew stores got any old hops sitting around that are probably bad by now, and do a little experiment with my system and see what I can.
Yeah, you could. You could see. Well, how much did you lose off of the last system? How much did you put in there in your last brew, and kind of gauge it that way.
Okay.
So no, I haven't actually done the math because I just went to pellet hops a while ago, and I've just kind of stayed there.
Will that do it for you, brother?
Well, Justin, I gotta tell you something. I know some point, sometime, an English teacher is going to listen to your show.
Yeah.
And I just got to tell you something that you got to fix.
Oh dear.
You cannot say JP and myself are going to go to the GABF.
Why not?
JP and I.
Because myself is a reflexive pronoun.
Yeah.
What that means is it refers back to the word I that was previously used.
See, I know, but all of that explanation infers that I give a shit. So, JP and myself sounds great to me because I had 4 beers and I'm doing a homebrew show, and you're the only one who's going to call me on it.
Oh, you know what?
Oh, I just thought maybe a lot of people don't like to say the word me.
Yeah.
So
when it comes down to it, I'm with Matt here because
you want me to change my evil ways too?
That word you keep using, I do not think it means what you think it means.
Yeah.
Well, this from a guy who says gotta. You gotta change this thing here.
Yeah. Yes. No, I appreciate I appreciate the correction, but I don't really think about it, so it's probably going to happen again.
Hey, Matt,
that's my only point.
Go drink a beer, dude. Stop learning about reflexive pronouns.
Be on national TV. You don't want him being a role model for children.
It could be. You don't want another Dan Quayle.
I think Matt's the one who sent us the email about being very serious and respectful to beer.
I don't think you guys are really providing enough serious information.
But it could have been.
Yeah. No, I appreciate. You're probably right. I'll work on my grammar. I guess people are.
No, he is right. Work on your damn grammar.
Are listening. You know what though? I don't want to hear from Doc. I give even less of a shit if Doc's going to tell me about my grammar. I'll take it from Matt.
I do cringe every time he says that.
You would take it from Matt?
All right, Matt. Well, JP and myself are going to go now. We've got more show to do.
Okay.
Thanks, brother.
All right, thanks, guys.
We'll see you.
I think he cried in his pants a little bit, too.
He just cried in his pants. All right, well, whatever. I'll work. I got called on something I didn't do grammar-wise, too. You know how Paxton says Belgiums?
I know. I cringe every time with that.
Yeah, that one gets me, and I thought about correcting him, but I said,
I got a big, long email about it. The guy went on for a page about how disturbed he was having to listen to Belgiums. Although he was throwing it all on me, and I was like, dude, I don't call them Belgiums.
I was actually doing something else, and that came across my mind somehow, and I thought,
Yeah. His example, he was like, you guys are idiots. Like, do you call yourself Americans? Like, are you guys Americans now? It's like, man, I didn't, yeah. People do care about the grammar, though. They want us to be proper.
And we should.
Yeah, all right, whatever.
But, you
I'll get out my old
you tell
English
somebody
books.
there's something in between their teeth or something hanging from their nose.
I don't.
In front of everybody else?
No.
No, you don't. you pull them to the side and say something.
No, if you're going to tell me, you can tell me on air. That's fine by me.
Well, that's you.
The thing is, like, I used to do a lot different sorts of speaking and writing, so I had to be really sort of correct. And radio was a way for me to get away from that. Like, I could just, it was like hanging out with my friends. It was a lot better. And I guess I got to find some happy medium.
So tell me you don't say supposedly.
I hate supposedly.
Supposedly.
I actually used to get people about that. Supposedly.
Yeah.
I think you know what? I think my parents say supposedly, and that was the first time it started to drive me nuts.
I could see that.
Stop saying supposedly, you idiots. Mom.
I like irregardless.
Yes. I had somebody call me an entrepreneurial.
Here we go.
Entrepreneurial. Like some porn thing?
Yeah.
Do I want to take... Yeah, all right.
What the hell?
One more phone call, and then I got to get to some more NHC audio. I got a lot of things, and I got to get to Brynoldson's lecture, too, because it's an hour-long thing. So I think about Mrs. H on the phone wants to talk about Mr. H's tattoos. What's happening?
Not a whole lot.
They're not infected or anything, are they?
No, they're just fine.
You don't have to get them cut off or anything, do you?
No.
That's good. Are they hot?
Yeah, they're not bad looking.
Thanks a lot.
Is he in the room while you're calling him, not bad looking?
That's great.
You're supposed to say they're hot, honey. Come on, let's have another child.
What did you have to say about them?
Well, when he called in a couple weeks ago saying that we were going to do the video for it,
yeah,
and that I didn't want to go,
yeah,
I call fucking bullshit.
Oh.
Ooh, we got the rebuttal from the missus.
Can't you guys fight about this amongst yourselves?
Yeah. Exactly. Isn't he in the other room?
He's always in the other room.
So he has to hear about it over the... What do you mean? Like 20 seconds later, he'll come charging in there.
Okay, so what's the real story then? The real reason? You did want to go or something?
Well, I'm the one that actually set the whole thing up.
Ah, right.
And the night before, he goes, do you care if I go by myself?
Aha.
I'm thinking, hello, I just set this up for you.
Yeah.
You want to go by yourself? When I've been telling you for like a month to go by yourself?
That's sly dog.
Craziness.
If he goes by himself, who's going to videotape it?
Yeah, so it's his fault that we don't have video is the point here.
Exactly.
I would have loved to see him grimacing as they're putting that on there.
Seriously. Did he tell... That's why, too. He didn't want you to go.
Oh, yeah.
Because he didn't want you to see him tear up.
Extreme close-up of Mr. Henning going, ow, ow, I'm going to pass out. I'm going to pass out.
Oh, if I'm getting my calves tattooed, I want my wife there, like, holding my hand. It's okay, honey.
Yeah. If you get your calves tattooed, I'll pay for them, dog.
Will you get the BN Army logo on your calf, Doc?
I'm thinking teeth.
No.
Hey, could you do a bling like on my tooth?
Oh, yeah,
like
I can.
the BN logo?
I can do that.
Can you do that for me for GABF?
I can do a gold bling. Yeah.
Let's do it.
Let's all get the armies on our teeth.
Yeah.
BN bling. Okay, well, I'm glad that you cleared that up.
Yes.
I hastened to call Mr. H a pussy because he did get the tattoos.
He's the manliest guy in the BN Army.
Like screamed the whole time.
Yeah, oh yeah, he probably did. He's are you done? I didn't start yet, Mr. H.
That's only topical.
I just cleaned it. I just barely shaved it, Mr. H.
Is it done? Is it done? You haven't even sat down yet.
Yeah. Go ahead and come inside, Mr. H.
Exactly.
Okay, well, thank you for clearing that up.
No problem.
Bye, Miss H.
We believe you more than him, so there you go.
I think Doc can retire on just doing BN Army bling because there's a bunch of people in the... Yeah.
What would it be? Like, you can get the color and everything? You can get it green and black on our teeth?
Well, I think it would say BN Army, right?
I was thinking just like the gold over thing that goes over the front.
Yeah.
They're called fronts.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ghetto JP.
Jesus.
But yeah, that'd be the easiest thing to do.
I see.
This little gold bling up front. That way.
That's so awesome.
That or I could inlay it permanently.
That's
on the number 8.
All right, moving on with some NHC stuff. So on the, I guess it was the second day of the conference. It was a Friday. Got to go to Pro Brewers Night on the Thursday night, which was right Thursday night.
Yeah,
I have
Thursday.
that right.
Yeah.
Which was just great. Lots of fun.
All blurry, not a focus.
Yeah, I definitely had my share too, and got to meet a whole lot of people there. I will say that you can tell how much the BN has grown this year over the last year, because the last year I could kind of just like walk around, no big deal, and I was a stranger like everybody else. And this year everybody knows us, Doc, and that was a lot of fun. Everyone just being very cool and happy to meet us and hang out. We had beers together with a lot of listeners.
Oh, I was like, can you take our picture? Hell yeah, I'll take your
it was a lot of fun. So I do want to say that, and the listeners, listen, these people, you guys are so generous, amazing. I'm wearing a hat right now that one of our listeners, our friend Paul from Brooklyn, brought me a Yukon hat. Knows I'm a Yukon fanatic because he's a loyal listener. Brought me a sweet hat, wearing it right now, as a matter of fact. Somebody made us an official Brewing Network tap handle. It's made out of like rare African wood. He like handmade the thing.
I had to decimate 8 acres of rainforest for this, but I hope you guys like it.
And 4 Africans. He actually burned our logo into the top.
Lasered.
It's beautiful. He lasered it. Wow. Yeah. It's a beautiful thing. Another guy gave me shirts and like an honorary membership to the co-op that they have in Austin. And, I'm not mentioning your names like sort of for a reason. I don't know if you guys all wanted recognition. It's not that I don't remember you when I say
call in if you want recognition.
I did this.
Somebody else saw me on one day taking pictures with my camera for the website, right? And I don't have a memory card in my camera. I ran out of pictures, and she looked at me like I was an idiot. Like, why don't you have? And I just got the camera. I didn't buy the memory card. Showed up the next day, bought. In this case, bought the BN Army and a memory card for my camera. So now I can take like 1,000 pictures.
I just want to point out that it wasn't the next day because someone wasn't there the next day.
That's right. It was 2 days later.
It was the day later.
It was a day later. So all of these cool things, and which leads me up to this then. So on the Friday, I got invited a couple of days before to go and do some brewery tours with some brewers. And it was going to take place Friday, and I really wanted to go do that because when I went for GABF last year, I didn't get to do any of the tours. Plus, I knew they were going to some places. They were going to Avery, and I really wanted to meet Adam Avery to get him on the show with us. And so we went to a bunch of places. We ended up leaving in the morning, and we went to Avery. I got a full tour there. And if you go to the gallery on our homepage right now, you can kind of follow along with some of this. thebrewingnetwork.com/gallery.php or something. And it says NHC folder. And you'll see all these pictures. So I got to go to Avery and meet Adam, and he gave me a full tour of the place. He gave us a bunch of beer, which we're going to start drinking here really soon.
Nice.
When we do the Brindleton lecture, we'll start drinking that. And I've got some pictures of his brewery. And then we went over to Odell's, and they were great to us there also. We met the GM and the brewer, and they toured us around. It was myself and Vinny and Adam Avery and Matt Brindleton, and we just got this sort of VIP tour of these places. So there's pictures of Odell's too. There's one picture on there I've got it labeled as the Odell's Hopback. Doc, you got to see the size of this hopback. Their hopback is larger than some craft breweries' fermenters. It's not a monstrous thing, but it's a huge conical hopback.
Wow.
It's a monster, and I got that picture up on the site. You guys should check that out.
There was a point when I wish I would have gone with you, made that decision. And as the day went on, and the night went on, I'm really glad I didn't.
Well, and that's the thing. I thought we were going to do this thing for the day. We'd do all the brew tours. I'd be back in time for club night.
I talked to you at 6.
Yeah.
I talked to you at 5. We're going to be back about 6:30.
Yeah.
I talked to you again 9.
Well, these guys party like rock stars, man.
And then it goes up to like, I'm not coming back till midnight. I saw you at midnight. You were wrecked.
I was as drunk as I may have ever been. I have no idea. We ended up just going, and I'm going to play you an interview that I took with these guys so that you guys can share in the experience also. But I thought I'd be back for club night, which is the biggest night at homebrewing. It's awesome. I loved it.
Costumes, everybody going crazy.
We'll let you guys kind of talk about that. But at some point around like 8 o'clock, I say to the guys I'm with, I'm like, hey guys, if I could be back by like 10:30, I figure that gives me another couple hours, and that would put me like in the middle, near the end of club night, but I'd still make it. They didn't even answer. They just looked at me and laughed. And we ended up just drinking well into the night. And it was a lot of fun. And I sort of alluded to this earlier. You know, it's this kind of stuff that actually gets us the interviews that we get and some of the inside pictures and things like the GABF and all sorts of stuff. So it's part of the job, too, even though JP likes to drill me about it, so to speak.
Drill you about everything.
So I was bummed that I missed Club Night, but I can't say I didn't have a fantastic time hanging out and getting the inside tour.
Yeah.
So go to the gallery page, and you can see some of those pictures. I've got some more that I'll be posting. But there's really a lot of stuff. We went to New Belgium Brewing Company, and this place...
You said Belgium.
Unbelievable. They don't brew any Belgiums, but...
it is Belgium. New Belgium.
New Belgium, yeah.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, that one's okay. I just can't call their beers Belgiums.
Hey, you know, I was trying to stretch the joke a little bit, buddy.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, I encourage you to
I'm the ass.
really
Yes,
look
you
at
are.
the pictures of New Belgium, because this facility is awesome. And the bottling line was the most impressive thing. They have a brand new bottling line, which takes up like a 40,000 square foot warehouse or some ridiculous thing.
And they're all green, aren't they?
And they're very, very green. They're as close to green as you can get, I think, at that scale. And I saw some of that stuff that they do too. So I did meet the brewer briefly, and I had met him before, so I'm hoping to get them on the show. All of these guys that I was with are all going to do the show. Adam Avery is going to be here in August. He's going to do the show with us. Brendan, he's the brewer at Odell's, and he's going to do the show with us. And I'm hoping that Peter Boucart will be able to do it soon, too, from New Belgium. But just a lot of good... it was really an amazing trip, and like I said, you can see those pictures. Here is an interview I took while I was at Avery. It's only 10 minutes long, so hang in there. We'll be right back after it. We're not even taking a full break here. But this is Adam and Vinny talking about their collaboration beer that they just did. I thought while I had the two of them together, they have just brewed a new beer. It's called Collaboration, Not Litigation, and you'll hear the story in the interview and all about why they brewed it and a bit about how they brewed it and stuff like that. And it's a really cool thing. So I took this while I was at Avery. We were sitting in Adam's office, and a cool place. You can see the pictures online. And here's the interview. Hang in there. We'll be right back. I'm here with Adam Avery from Avery Brewing Company and Vinny Cilurzo from Russian River Brewing Company. I want to point out that Adam has a remote control for his air conditioning, which is it's strange.
He has a remote control for an AC unit? That's fucked up. That's awesome.
I had a lot of respect for Adam before I just saw that, and now I think he's just kind of a freaky guy.
Just lazy.
But these two have put a beer together, and in a world right now where, especially in America, we tend to sue each other and become angry about a lot of things. There's road rage, you name it. These two guys found out that they had a beer of the same name. What was the beer that you guys had?
It's Salvation, and I think it was GABF several years ago. I saw it, and it was a really good beer. I saw this Avery Salvation, great beer. And at some point later on, I don't know if I called Adam, saw him at some festival or event, and I said, we both have beers named Salvation. Are you cool with that? And he's like, well, I am, but I think you brewed it first. And I was like, well, I think you brewed it first. And we really don't know who brewed it first, and it doesn't matter.
You brewed it first. It was you.
I don't know. It doesn't matter. So I go to Adam, I'm like, well, I'm cool with it, you're cool with it. And Adam's like, well, I'm totally cool with it. And I'm like, good. And so we shook hands, a gentleman's handshake, and he's like, good, because I just bought like 50,000 labels or whatever the quantity was. And it was, he saw these dollar signs in front of his eyes.
Was there a moment of discomfort? You didn't know what Vinny was going to say about the beer?
Well, I mean, I hadn't known Vinny for very long, but he has a reputation of being, a pretty cool guy. So I didn't think there would probably be much of a problem. But yeah, I mean, because it's a great name and it worked into my Holy Trinity series, So I was like thinking, Jesus Christ, if I got to rename it, because it's a really cool name. I mean, it's a really good name for us in our portfolio. So I wasn't sweating it too much. I mean, I had already been almost sued over Ellie's, so this is kind of weird for me because. When we started out, I had 3 beers, Red Point, Ellie's, and Out of Bounds Stout. About 8 months into the business, I get a cease and desist letter from Elle Magazine saying, hey, you can't use, because it was spelled E-L-L-E. That was my dog, the Chocolate Lab. And they said I couldn't use the name, and my attorney said, he's like, man, we can win this, we can fight this, and there's no problem, we can win it. He's like, the problem is that you'll go out of business doing it, and the only people that are going to make money is me and their attorney. So we compromised. They said if you drop an I in there, so it's ELLIES. So we did it that way. So I'd already kind of been down this road a little bit, and I wasn't that worried about it. But it's pretty cool that two guys who just really met. I think we had just really met.
We didn't know each other.
We really didn't know each other at all.
That's how we became friends. Yeah. Or, I mean, really, the whole salvation thing, that's how we become close friends, which is an odd thing. And the collaboration didn't come for a couple years. Okay. I first said to Adam, it was because we opened our new location March of 2004, March or April, whatever it was. And I was thinking, I go, wow, we should blend our salvations. And I was first thinking like salvation squared, salvation double, something like that. I wasn't even thinking a whole nother name. And then the collaboration came up.
Okay. And what is the official name of the beer?
Collaboration, not litigation ale. And the funny thing is that when he opened up, we had been talking about it for several years, actually. I think this it was 2000. It was in the year 2000 that we figured out that we both had salvation. And then in April 2004, I visited his new brew pub, and so I remember this because Vinny reminds me. I had just driven from Baja. I had surfed that morning. I drove 8 hours up to his place. I get out of my car. I walk to the bar. I say Pliny, and he said I drank a Pliny in 3 seconds. So I had several more Plinies, and then I brought in some of my salvation, and we sat down with Vinny's wife Natalie, and so we were sitting at the brew pub doing this blend, and people were looking over our shoulders, going, "What the fuck is going on over here? What are you guys doing?" And we were kind of telling them a little bit of the story. Well, we came up with a really good blend percentage at that meeting. So it was April 2004, and we were like. And then all of a sudden, Natalie screams, "You need to call this collaboration," because Vinny has all these shun beers, and so it just really made sense. Plus, it was Salvation, so collaboration, not litigation. It was named that night. What else did we have? Oh man, we drank a bunch of absinthe that night too. It was
lots of absinthe. We saw the Green Fairy.
Oh my god!
Did the Green Fairy make it on the label?
No, yeah. The feds, and actually and it was funny because I had made mention of this on the label. I said even the Green Fairy came out to play, and the dude that does all the label approvals at the feds, it came back and he rejected. He goes, "You're making reference to the use of absinthe," and I was like, "Damn, I didn't know you'd know that." And he was laughing on the phone, and I was like, "I thought I could get out of that shit." And he's like, "No way, man." He's like, "I know exactly what you're talking about." I was like, "Son of a bitch," because it would have been pretty cool on the little story side. But there's a little on the bottle. If anybody sees one, it's the whole story is on the side of the label. But so that night, it's April 2004. So it took our sorry asses almost 3 years to make it happen. So Vinny's busy with his new brew pub. He has no facility to make this beer happen. We're at capacity. So finally, the end of last year, I had just bought these two new 240 barrel tanks that you see outside. So our capacity exceeded what we needed to have. So we were finally at a place where I could, brew another beer. And so Vinny came in November, and he brewed his beer here exactly as he does at his brewery. We brought in his yeast strain, all of his same grains, everything that he makes. We brewed his beer here, then we blended it with our Salvation in January, and then we bottled it, and it went to 27 states. So there's about 1,000 cases, and I tried to spread it as thin as I could across the country so that we could kind of touch as many people as we can with the story.
Okay. And what's awesome is that we don't distribute. We're in one state, maybe two. And it was awesome getting all the phone calls from all those distributors, the customers going, "Yeah, well, I've had half of your beer now, half of it in the collaboration." And what's cool about the label too, I'm looking at it right now, is that when we came out to brew, after we brewed, during, we went into town, had some lunch at Falling Rock, and grabbed a big glass from Chris, and we started doing these pictures at Adam's photographer, and so that's actually our bottles of beer, our Salvations in the label. We're now hand models, and I'm the master of my domain, right. And just like George Costanza. So we're pouring it in, and then Natalie's hanging out, and she's like, "Well, we should put some grains." We laid the grains, so it really was a collaborative effort, even on the label, and starting thinking about it, and Adam's photographer kicking some ideas in, and then we at the bottom of the label there's a two-person saw, and Adam had originally asked me well, we need to come up with some sort of gardening tool, because all of our shun beers have gardening tools, and that mimics like two people. I'm like, oh, I'm two-person saw. So I had actually another brewer drew this one. It's the first time he's ever done a drawing for us. So there's bottom of the label is a two-person saw. There's two people that have come together to make this beer. So the whole label is a little bit Avery and Russian River. I mean, it's a part R font, part Avery font. The one thing they wouldn't allow though was our logo on the label. So, but what's cool is that even then Adam dropped his logo because it just didn't work well with the Avery logo.
And then and you can see we have foil labels and we have our logo on it, but we just turn them around so that there's nothing to indicate that it's Avery Brewing Company except on the bottom of the bottle under the saw. That to get the picture done, the guy in the Fed said that, hey, it has to be the brewed and bottled by Avery Brewing Company has to be like front and centered because they want to make sure that they know that it's wasn't produced at Russian River. So it's it's a great label. I mean, it's in some ways it's plain, but in other ways it's pretty cool too. So yeah.
Now, what's the actual blend of the beer? Are we allowed to say that, or is that top secret?
We would have to kill you. Yeah, we would have to kill you. I haven't told anybody. Only Vinny and I and two guys at my brewery know what the blend is.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
We don't tell them.
No, because I want to see. I love seeing rates on like Beer Advocate and Rate Beer and to see like what people think. And I don't want to give any more information than we need to. So.
Will you put it in your will or something so that, like, when one of you dies, then you'll release the? Not even that.
No way. No way.
That probably would have put it.
Man, it's like the ending to The Sopranos. It leaves you wondering. Oh, fuck you! The ending was awesome. I love it. It leaves you thinking. That's what we want.
Did the whole family get capped? Or did life goes on?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what we want to know.
Collaboration, not litigation, available now in how many states?
27.
27 states you can find it. It's from Vinny Chilurzo, Russian River, and Adam Avery from Avery Brewing Company. Thanks, guys. There they are, keeping lots of secrets from us. They don't want to know. They don't want us to know the blend, exactly what they did. It's top secret information. Doc.
27 states. That's like more than half.
You can find it in a lot of states, and it's a good beer. We're drinking it right now. I had a lot of beers from them. This is their collaboration, not litigation, the one they're just talking about. What do you think about it, Doc?
I think it's nice. It's smooth. It's right along a Belgian double kind of thing. It's not too sweet and not too dry, which is nice. You can get them either direction. I wouldn't go probably Belgian strong. It doesn't have enough of the raisins and figs that kind of come through that, but it's a really nice beer.
It is nice. Jip?
It's nice.
I have only one nostril to smell out of, and I've had it before, and it's a good beer. It's I like it.
I like them both individually a bit better. They both have a Salvation. That's what it's a blend of. And I'll tell you what we'll do, Doc, is when we go to the Brindleton interview, which we're going to do here in just a few minutes, we'll try Avery's Salvation.
We're going to drink more beer?
Yes. Oh. And you've already had Vinny's Salvation on its own, so you'll have to try to remember.
I've had several kegs in my house.
There you go. So remember that, and then we'll try Adam's Salvation, and then you will have had the blend of it here now too. So we can talk about that, or at least give you something to think about.
Salvation by any other name.
That's right. So, but that was cool, and I thought since I had the two of them sitting together, let them talk about it, and what a good story in terms of, instead of kind of going up, and in fact, and I will say this, both of these breweries have been sued about names before by other people. So here you have these guys, and they go, hey, I have a beer named Salvation. Well, I have a beer named Salvation. Well, who did it first? Well, instead of any of the who did it first and whose it was, it didn't even get to there. They just kind of said, well, do you care? No. Do you care? No.
I've heard
you want to do one together? Sure.
More crap about names of beer and litigation.
Yeah.
Talk to Lagunitas about that one.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, they pretend to try to name a beer, gets into litigation.
Yeah. So, cool thing. It was great to sit down with them, and that's part of the reason why I missed, club night. I was hanging out and trying to get some interviews and pictures. So, I hope you enjoy the gallery. I will say again, man, New Belgium was amazing. Now, we got a tour from one of the brewers there, one of the shift brewers. His name's Chris. He was a real nice guy to us. Took us all over. Took us in the lab. I think I've got pictures of stuff that I'm not even supposed to have pictures of, so I didn't post it in order to be nice. You can't use your your pass and like not get it back. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't want to post some of the stuff that I didn't know. Like we got to go places that the tour doesn't get to go, and I don't know if like all those ingredients are on the list. You know what I'm saying? So I've got a private stash that I touch myself to. You know,
Great.
What
are we talking about?
The fermenter farm there at New Belgium. Amazing. Like I've never. It was like me and Matt kept talking about how it's like a science fiction movie.
You probably lost it right there, didn't you?
I was like, what is going on here? It is very strange. I mean, we're walking on top of their fermenter farm, and I'm a couple hundred feet up in the air.
It looks like a science fiction cloning movie.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking is going on there. But a lot of cool stuff to see there, and that was a lot of fun. Yeah, can't say enough about it. Okay, here's what we got to do. I got to get this Brynildson interview out there because it's good stuff, and I know you guys want to hear it. So I'm going to do that. And you know what? Let's really quickly talk about Schatz Pliny because we didn't talk about it. I said we would. Did you guys all got a taste of it?
Oh yeah.
What are you thinking? You've had his other one before. This is his second time.
You know, this is much better than the first one. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The color, the clarity is awesome.
Oh, it's clear as a bell.
Oh, yeah.
For the amount of hops and dry hopping, look at that.
It's clean.
It's like you filtered it.
It just comes through clean. It's just...
You did a good job,
dude.
Shat. In fact, the only thing I had to say about it is that it's a little thin on the body. But it is so clean and tasty. Carbonation is right. The whole bit.
But it's so easy to get an IPA too thick.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I mean, especially the amount of... Like, I wouldn't have made any suggestions about how to do it different with the amount of extract that you dump into this beer, because you did the extract kit. I mean, Doc, you got to see the amount of extract that goes into a Pliny clone.
It's heinous.
It's unbelievable. Like, you can't... We originally, the first time he brewed it, didn't calculate for the volume of extract that would go in, so the kettle was overflowing. Yeah. We had to take water out in order to... and anyway, I wouldn't... I don't know how you'd fix a thin...
Did you put sugar in it, too?
Yeah.
A little bit of corn sugar.
Just take some of the corn sugar out. That's all you got to do.
Oh, is that right?
The big problem with IPAs is they don't finish dry enough. And it comes back kind of cloying, kind of thick.
Yeah.
So you put some sugar in it to help bring it down. How do you fix that? Don't put so much in.
Yeah. What'd you brew yesterday, Shat?
More Pliny.
Yesterday, my Cali Common.
California Common. Yeah, it's funny you say that, Doc, because I teach him how to brew all grain yesterday, and you know the first thing he says is, "Well, I got to brew a Pliny now." It's like, are you kidding me? That's all you're gonna brew. Brew Pliny. Now, but it's all grain.
I've got that Magic Hat. I'll try that.
You got a Magic Hat recipe?
One. That'll be my first one.
Yeah, they actually emailed them back.
Yeah, Shat's from the East Coast, so you've been missing the Magic Hat since you've been out here.
Absolutely.
What'd you do? You just sent him an email and asked for a recipe?
Just asked for it. Told him I was a home brewer and loved the beer. You know, I'm kind of jonesing for it.
Yeah.
Because you've been from
there?
Hooked
me up.
Nice. Gave you the full recipe?
You're with the BN Army?
Hop Additions, yeah. I told him I was with the BN.
Yeah. That's all you got to do, man. You drop that Army.
Intimidation.
Yeah.
Even though Shat's still a private in the Army.
Yeah, you know. He's moving his way up.
He's getting there.
Cleaning latrines.
What I got to learn all the ranks because I don't know what they are, but there's some bad ones, right? Like private isn't even the worst, is it? Or is private?
No, private's down there.
It's down there.
It's the bottom thing. Recruit.
Okay.
Private thing. Yeah.
All right. But there's got to be ones maybe that are higher than private, but are more degrading. Chief latrine master. I don't know how it goes. Do I have to take this call before I go to break?
I would if I were you.
All right. Yeah, because it's going to be an hour-long break.
Yeah.
MedTech, what's happening?
Gotta take my call, damn it.
Drunk of the year. I got to take it. You're right. My fault. How are you, brother?
Pretty good. How are you?
We're doing all right. Drinking some Avery right now.
Good deal. I got a question about that trip giveaway.
Okay.
Are those plane tickets going to be direct flights?
Yes. Well, no, actually, if you win, Med, if you win, we're going to bounce you all over the place, bro.
This is a funny question because those of you who don't know, so MedTech came out to the anniversary party, but, like me, he's a cheap bastard. So he bought the cheapest flight he could find. So
took him like 20 hours to get here.
It took him a day and a half to get from Massachusetts to California.
Yeah, it was great because we were sitting here Sunday, right, or Monday? It was Monday.
Yeah.
And then He left at what, like 2 or 1? I don't know.
In the afternoon?
3, yeah, 3. He didn't get home till noon the next day. And I'm sitting at work time like it's 12:30. Like, oh, MedTech's home.
And meanwhile, the direct flight was like $20 more.
Yeah.
Like it was some ridiculous thing.
It was at least 50.
Oh, excuse me.
You're a cheap bastard.
And all the beer you had to buy in those airports had to been at least $50.
In Utah, they have some good beer there.
They do have good beer there.
I spent a lot of time in that airport because my friends all left, and I had like 5 hours till my plane went.
You'd be surprised they have good beer there.
I walked up. There's a lot of different places too.
Yeah.
No, there was
I had a beer here, a beer there, a beer there.
Oh, well.
Local microbrews and everything, so.
To officially answer your question, I don't have all the details about the flight, but
we'll go with it depends.
It's going to get you there. That's what I know. And I
before it starts.
And I'm pretty sure that it won't take you a day and a half.
You might have to leave a year beforehand, but
that's why we're doing.
Should I get on a plane now?
That's why we're doing the drawing a month before, is to give MedTech time to get there.
Are you sober, MedTech?
Yeah, well, not really. I'm getting drunk, but I've been brewing all day, so.
Now, are you going to try to go to GABF whether you win or not?
Yeah, probably.
Attaboy. It's going to be
I think it would just give you a stipend and you got to plan it yourself.
Oh, great.
Whatever way you want to do it. You want to see the country? Go ahead.
Yeah.
All right, brother.
I get to drink.
Thanks for the call, man.
All right, thank you.
Cheers. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a break. And the only reason I'm taking a quick break is because I want to look and see. Here, let me check right now. Brindleton was supposed to send me the presentation of the thing that he of the
PPF.
Of the speech, the PPF, the PDF,
PPS,
whatever. No, don't have it yet. Don't have it yet, unfortunately. So here's what I'll do. I'm going to play the lecture anyway. I won't take a break. I'll go straight to Matt Brindleton. And for those of you archive listeners, you might make out for this because he said he'd try to get it to me by tonight. So if I get this presentation, I will put it up on our homepage and in our forum tonight so that if you want to listen again later and follow along, then you can do so, and you'll have the full presentation that he gave at the National Homebrewers Conference. So this is Matt Brindleton, the brewmaster of Firestone Walker Brewing Company, and he's talking about blending beers. It was a really interesting discussion. Enjoy. We'll be back with you to do some wrap-up and some more discussion. I want these guys to tell you about Club Night right after this lecture. So hang
Nothing
in.
happened.
Nothing at all. Matt Brindleton, everybody. Oh, complete with a great introduction by Chris Graham. You're going to want to hear this.
Our speaker for this session is Matt from, God, that's embarrassing, Firestone Walker. Not that I don't know him very well. Matt started like the rest of us, brewing out of his kitchen in Kalamazoo, Michigan. It's kind of where he got into the world of fermentation science. Graduated from Kalamazoo College and got a degree in... Jesus. I'll stop. If you don't know about Matt, you should. He's a great guy. Everyone please introduce Matt.
Well, that was a great introduction. Thanks a lot. So the little slideshow I was showing there, I just got back from England about a week ago. I was fortunate enough to tour with Mutton's Malt, the breeding programs in the UK, a number of farms, along with some breweries. So that's just a little bit of some pictures that I had from that. Let's see here. So I don't know, those of you that were in Orlando or have heard me talk before, I'm used to giving a little more technical talks with a little more science backbone. This is a little bit out of my comfort zone, but it's something that's near and dear to my heart, and that's creating flavors through blending. What I'm kind of coining is beer art, and it's kind of a nice follow-up to Vinny's talk in that he touched on all of these wild beers. Certainly at Firestone Walker, we're quite the opposite. We're still a little bit fearful of critters, and everything that we're doing in our barrel programs and our blending programs are what I would just call normal, straight, clean beers. That's what we're doing. So a little bit what I'm going to talk about today are some of the interesting things we're doing in our brewery, but things related to blending in the brewery to make flavors. So I did a little internet search to find out if anybody else was doing stuff so that I could talk intelligently about other people's stuff. And if you Google beer blending, you get more bartender talk on just beer mixology. So I have some fun slides showing what people are doing at what I call point of dispense blending. And actually, in thinking about this, I guess that's where it all got started for us as well, is sitting at the bar and just taking some beers, completely related or unrelated, and finding all of a sudden that there were new flavors to be had. And it kind of got the thing rolling in our brewery. I'll talk a little bit about the wine industry. Like Vinny, our brewery is in the midst of many wineries, so we have that influence on us. And then there's a lot of history of blending in traditional breweries, both in the UK and in Belgium, as you heard. Blending often has a very negative connotation when we talk about the large industrial brewers. Blending for consistency, maybe blending off problems, and blending water in to lower the alcohol of their beers. And then I'll talk about craft scale blending and what's going on at Firestone Walker. Excuse me. So beer mixology at the bar. When you do the search, the Google search, you got beers mixed with beers together to make flavors. That's something that we're going to talk about. Beers mixed with non-alcoholic blenders to make interesting things, shandies and others, and beer cocktails. And I don't know how many out there have done an Irish car bomb, but that's the kind of thing that I was finding. And I couldn't believe how many booze and beer combinations were out there. Whatever happened to a shot of whiskey and a beer, but there's all sorts of things. So black and tan is probably the most well-known, which would be a nitrogenated beer floated over another pale beer. Shandies, another example of beer and non-alcoholic, beer with lemonade or some type of a lime background. A red eye, which I guess is somewhat popular in Canada and in Scandinavia as well. Beer and tomato juice is interesting. Irish car bomb that I mentioned. And then down at the bottom, a black pecker. Guinness and woodpecker cider came up. So I'm going to skip this. This was some video footage I might come back to if we have time of some beer mixing we did at a beer dinner. We mixed Celebration and Bigfoot at a beer dinner and paired it with a very hearty chocolate dessert, and it was absolutely outstanding. Judy Ashworth, some of you may know from the Lion Pub, I believe that pub is now closed, was famous for doing a lot of beer blending. There's a whole list here. A Foggy Night in the Sierras, a combination of Anchor, Old Foghorn, and Sierra Nevada Pale Ale. Drunken Turkey, Old Foghorn with Cranberry Ale. Paul Revere's Last Ride, Old Foghorn and Liberty Ale. So there's all sorts of fun ones already out there. The Ginger Man, I think Texas-based pub, has a whole bunch of interesting ones. I saw the Party Dog, Dogfish Head 90 Minute with Spaten Oktoberfest. The Dirty Hogarten, and Lambic. Interesting. There's Foggy Night at the Sierra again, so I guess this thing has traveled across state borders. So obviously there's a lot of people out there that already have found that mixing beers can create interesting flavors. Or you just get really bored with the beers you have on draft and go to town. Winemakers, and this is really where a lot of the inspiration for what we've been doing at Firestone came from. A little background on Firestone. The Firestone family started making wine about 35 years ago and have been making beer for about 10 years. Their concept going in was to make beers in barrel. And it wasn't like what Vinny was talking about. They never thought about doing lambics. Whether these guys even were thinking about Belgium at all, I don't believe so. It was very English influenced. And they wanted to follow the tradition in Burton-on-Trent of making clean beers in an oak format, primary fermentation with regular cerevisiae. I got to reprogram your brains now that you've been talking about critters. You got critters on your brains right now. But back to winemaking, what they knew was that blending is a key step in the winemaking process. Brewers have this, are very fortunate in that our raw materials, we still have Mother Nature changing things a lot for us, year to year variation, but we have ability to mix and blend our raw materials, and we are very scientific and very control oriented. So consistency is so much built into our process and into our thinking. Winemaking, of course, they have all these vintage to vintage variations, so blending is a way to create for instance, for a single brand, some consistency year to year to change up the blend. It's also an opportunity for a winemaker to go barrel to barrel and figure out what they have. Vinny and I were talking about this last night, that with all the barrel work that we're doing now, there's really an opportunity to create a reserve series like winemakers do, picking the very best barrels and separating them. It's also a time to find the funky barrels and set them aside, blend the rest together to get consistency. So it also is an opportunity for the winemaker to find a balance point. You talk about the making of a Syrah, for instance, and if you have three varietals like Syrah grape, a Rhone varietal, you'd have the Syrah grape, maybe Mourvedre, maybe Grenache. The Grenache being your fruit-forward varietal, your Mourvedre being very lean, and your Syrah being kind of the gamey background, and being able to take those all together and create a Rhone varietal is something winemakers have known forever. Brewers tend to shy away from this notion of blending. So I love the fact that winemakers have this interesting, different vocabulary when they come to blending than brewers. They talk about integration and trying to get flavors to develop and create synergy. They talk about depth, creating 3 dimensions, complexity, bringing all the senses together. And they talk a lot about texture, and Vinny touched about that on Pediococcus in his beers, how all of a sudden you can start creating textures. His with critters, I'm talking about blending again. And then ultimately consistency over time. And I just fortuitously, just a few days ago, stopped by a good friend of mine, Matt Trevisan from Lenny Coloto Winery in Paso Robles, and he had dragged all his barrels out. These are predominantly for his Zin-based blends. He's really known for doing Rhone varietals and infusing Zinfandel into them. And this is what he has to face when he goes to blending, dragging all of his barrels out and going barrel by barrel and tasting them and trying to take notes, stay sober enough to take notes, and put together an idea of how he wants to make his blend. This day he was working on his brand called Cherry Red, which is 3 grapes, Mourvedre, Syrah, and Zinfandel. And he goes through his lots and literally barrel by barrel starts deciding which children go forward and which stay in the cellar. And, of course, the wine thief becomes his tool. I often talk about this, the fact that if you go wine tasting, these winemakers will pull out a thief and start talking to you and open up a barrel and pull a sample. Taste this. Oh, that's great. And then they dump it back in the barrel. And then he goes back and he's like, well, let's taste this. And he sticks the thief that was in that barrel in the next barrel. So now we have contamination. I mean, there's no wonder there's bread problems in wineries. And then he goes back to, dumping it back in the in the barrel again. So we don't do that in our barrel program at Firestone Walker. You'd never see that move whatsoever. So that's where a lot of our influences come from, the wine world. A lot of other influence in our brewery is Old English tradition. And there's a few things going on still today, but historically speaking, there was a tradition of always holding back some ale to age in a porter brewery specifically, to usually aged in oak. This is in the age of predominantly oak fermenters, and that beer was allowed to sour. Now, whether those brewers knew the cultures that they were dealing with, I would have to think it was predominantly Pediococcus and Lactobacillus naturally occurring in these breweries. And they would age some and bring that back in small amounts to put in their young beer. I don't know if this is still going on, but Guinness was always known to have a little bit of sour beer infused into the finished product all the time to get what they called their popular taste. There's also, as you well know, the tradition of party guile, taking all your first wort runnings off of your mash and fermenting that separate, then sparging and collecting the weak worts, fermenting them in another fermenter, and maybe later on selling them separate or creating a third brand, a blend of the other two. So there is the party guile tradition, which also brings in blending. There also was a very popular point in time in the porter age where these brewers were creating larger and larger fermenters, or essentially blending tanks, so that they could have consistency. As the story goes, it got to the point where one brewery would want to have an aging tank bigger than the other brewery, and the size of your fermenter was, I guess, the manlyhood of your brewery, until these things would burst and people would drown in the brewery. But there is one example I ran into in this trip, and there may be more. The Green King Brewery has a beer called Old Suffolk Ale, and they actually brew a 12% beer and age it for 2 years in oak and allow it to go sour. and then blend that with a 5% young beer. And I had some bottles that I brought back. That was very interesting beer. So there is some tradition of blending in English brewing history. That's actually the kettle at Green King. Then we just got done talking a lot. I probably don't need to talk at all more about the Belgian goose tradition. Is more of the blending, taking, say, 1, 2, and 3-year-old beers, blending them together to create the finished product. I, too, have spent some time in some of these breweries. That's Trefontaine. These barrels are so amazing because they're actually made by the Pilsner Urquell coopers, made from staves from Pilsner Urquell. So these barrels saw life in Bohemia and then also now in Belgium, making a completely different style of beer. I'd love to get my hands on one of those, although in my brewery it has, I don't know what to do about the critters. There's a good friend of ours, Christopher Bird, looking at this thing wondering how in the world you could make something that you can drink in that dirty environment. Rodenbach, Vinny touched on this as well, the Flanders style sour ale is all about blending. A large portion of the beer is aged for 2 or 3 years in large wooden tanks. Everything you heard about in the last speech goes on, and then that beer is blended with young beer to balance out the acidity and, again, to create consistency over time. What's so interesting about these beers is that sour note, that acidity brings a refreshing drinkability to the beer. And it starts getting you thinking about other beers in your cellar, how many times you've had possibly a sluggish fermentation or a beer that just was a little sticky or a little fatter than you would like. And if you had the opportunity to blend something else into that beer, an acidic beer, or something that was very dry, and bring drinkability back to that product. That's a lot of probably how some of these traditions got started. And some pictures of Rodenbach. Beautiful brewery to tour if you haven't. A real fusion of new and old. You see those giant fermenters next to some old architecture there. And just halls of these beautiful oak tanks, very similar to what's at New Belgium. Hundreds of them, actually. I can't remember the number, but they had something like the ability to store 250,000 barrels of sour beer because they have to sit on beer for 2 to 3 years before they can release it. And it's a substantial brewery, over 100,000 barrels, I think, at their peak. And I just threw this in the middle of Vinny's speech because you're talking about playing music to the barrels. Well, one of the brewmasters 2 or 3 generations ago used this old, don't you see this from a Frankenstein movie? It's the oscilloscope that makes a sound. They actually put one in the cellar because they knew that beer was going to take 2 to 3 years to age. And again, it took a lot of capital to increase the capacity of the brewery to keep this tradition alive. So some brewers said, well, maybe if we play some crazy vibrations through the cellar, we can get the critters to work a little faster. I see a lot of cobwebs and dirt on it. I don't think they're using it anymore. Maybe they're just playing rock and roll. Maybe that's all they need, a little death metal in there. The industrial brewers. So when I say industrial brewers, I say the very large brewers. And most of you are probably aware that there is a huge trend in the greater brewing scene around the world to high gravity brewing. So this is a form of blending, of course. And this is coming out of the brew house at 16 or 18 Plato, creating a beer that's somewhere between 6 and 8% alcohol. And then at some point in the process, blending it down with water to get to the proper alcohol and to the proper finish extract. So there's all sorts of places that big breweries blend in. The brewery I work in does the first thing, blending multiple batches from the brew house into a single fermenter. So a typical brew day for us would be to do anywhere from 4 to 6 brews on our brew house, but put them all into a single fermenter and then ferment that all together. That gives us a real blending opportunity for consistency out of the brew house. Doesn't have a whole lot to do with finished flavor other than consistency. We do blend multiple fermenters from time to time. In the larger the brewer, you'll see this finished fermenters being blended into a single finishing or aging tank, once again, for consistency. And then maybe even blending multiple aging tanks into finished packaging tanks. So they're blending both for capacity reasons with water, but also to gain consistency over time. I was going to talk through some of our brands that we do at Firestone Walker and just give you a little idea of our process, also give you a little feel for how blending plays into our process. it's really hard for me to say how common what we're doing is. I think there probably are more brewers out there that just don't talk about their process as much as maybe we're willing to. But Firestone Double Barrel Ale is our flagship product. It's a classic British pale ale recipe. It utilizes Maris Otter as a base malt. It has UK roasted malts for the caramel malts and chocolate malts. And it uses predominantly East Kent Goldings and Styrian Goldings. So very classic British pale ale. 4 to 6 brews are blended together in a single stainless steel fermenter. And at 24 hours into the fermentation, or what we call high Kreuzen, when the yeast is at its peak of growth and fermentation, a large portion, about 20% of that fermenting wort, is removed from the fermenter and moved to a series of American oak barrels. You heard Vinny talk about the differences between French and American oak. We're looking for a minimal of oxygen content, so that was a minor player in our reason for picking those barrels. Another more prevalent reason or more major reason for us picking American oak barrels is they cost about $300 a piece new, where French oak barrels are probably about $800 new now. So financial reasons for our choosing that. But it turns out that American oak barrels have a very aggressive oak flavor, and that oak flavor contains a very aggressive vanilla component, and that vanilla component becomes very important in the flavor of our finished product. So we've never tried it, but we don't believe that French oak really would play well with the product that we're producing. The beer ferments in these barrels for 7 days. So we're doing a primary fermentation in oak, trying to keep everything that Vinny was talking about out of there. The way we treat these barrels is a little bit different. They come to us brand new, and it wasn't until last night that Vinny ruined my world, because he told, and you heard, that every barrel has a little bit of bread in it. I wasn't told that. And we don't pasteurize or still filter, so I'm going to have to start looking at that a little more closely. See, I came to this homebrew conference and I learned something very important. It's wonderful. So these beers ferment for 7 days in the barrels, and then we push them from the barrels to a single stainless steel tank, blend all the barrels together. Prior to that time, our lab techs come down. We actually will insert a stainless steel sample cock into each and every barrel so that the lab can come down, flame that sample area, and get a very sterile sample from the barrel, take it up to the lab, and they will plate it both aerobically and anaerobically, looking for things like acetobacter, looking for things like lactobacillus. We don't do as much wild yeast assaying as we probably should, now that I think about it. But so anything that is deemed to have anything other than Cerevisiae in it would be removed from the program, and the barrel would be destroyed. All of those barrels, again, are blended together into a tank that we can get them cold again and cold stabilize the product prior to filtration. And then when we go to filter, we then reintroduce the oak back to its mother fermenter and blend it back together for the finished product. So it sounds, like a lot of activity, and it sounds like a lot of work. And when I first came to the brewery, the owner showed me the recipe, and I said, well, congratulations, you're bringing all your malts in from England and all your hops from Europe, so you can't spend much more on raw materials. And they're like, good, that's what we want. We want the best. And I was like, and you're putting it then in $300 American oak barrels, and you're only using them for 20 weeks, so that costs a lot too. And they're like, good, yes, we want that. And I was like, man, where do I sign up? This is a great job. I can spend as much money as I want making beer. But I was like, when we grow up and become a real brewery, we're not going to keep fermenting beer in oak barrels, right? That's all smoke and mirrors. That's just a marketing ploy. And they're like, no, that's what we do. I'm like, okay, but when I take over, I don't have to do that, right? I can like use oak chips or something that makes sense. And they're like, no, it's non-negotiable. You'll be fermenting beer in oak. I'm like, well, all right, I'll give it a try. And every one of our brewers goes through that when we hire them. They think it's complete craziness, because when you go to Siebel and learn brewing school, they don't tell you how to ferment in an oak barrel, okay? But we do it, and do it successfully, and it's a part of our program. When I took over the oak barrel program, we had 8 barrels is all it took to keep up with 20% of our production. We now have 42 barrels that we turn every 7 days in the brewery, so it's quite a process. And this is one of our brewers, Jim Seebeck, working with the barrels. You can see if you buy enough barrels, these pictures don't show up very well on the screen, they'll actually put your name, they'll blaze your name into a barrel if you buy enough barrels. So that's a little look at our cellar. Our pale ale, then. We actually use blending to create two different products in our brewery on the pale ale side. We have the Firestone Walker Pale Ale, and we also make the Nectar Ales brand's Pale Ale. But we start with one single Pale Ale base beer in the brewery. And it's a very straightforward, no caramel malt Pale Ale that uses our house ale strain, which is essentially a British ale strain. And we dry hop that beer pretty heavily, about a half a pound per barrel, with both Cascades and Centennial. For the Firestone beer, we then go and blend in 15% of our oak fermented double barrel ale, and that then becomes the house pale ale. It infuses an oak flavor into the product. It infuses some of the caramel malt character from the double barrel ale, and everything that's fermented there was fermented with the house ale strain. And it just results in a character that I've not been able to replicate by a single beer recipe. So it really adds a level of complexity that's really hard to stick your finger on, but it creates a very interesting beer. When we took over the Nectar Ales brand, there was a pale ale recipe that was remarkably similar to our own, and the owners really weren't very interested in creating a completely different beer, and I refused to put the same beer in the same bottle with a different label on it. So we went to try to blend and find something interesting that would be unique. And we took the flagship product from the Nectar Ales brand, which has a ton of caramel malt in it. It's fermented with a completely different yeast strain. It has a very distinctive yeast character, has no oak treatment whatsoever. And when we got to blends at 20% or more, created a beer that's completely different than both our base pale and our double barrel ale. We have a pretty serious sensory analysis lab now in our brewery, and we constantly are putting these beers under the brewers' noses to make sure we're not lying to ourselves, and they never choose those two beers as the same and can distinctively tell the beers apart. So it's pretty amazing. So blending was a way to create two distinctively different beers that I'm pretty sure I couldn't brew with a single recipe. Then we have some fun with some seasonal releases. We did an ESB at one point in time by just blending beers out of our cellar, 75% base pale ale and our very heavily dry hopped IPA. It resulted in a very hop-driven beer, but balanced out some of the alcohol strength of the IPA. So that was one of the interesting combinations we made. We have a beer we call Walker's Shadow, and it's 90% Firestone Lager, which is a very traditional lager beer that we blend in 10% of our reserve porter, and we'll be pouring some of, not the Shadow, but we'll be pouring some of the porter tonight. And it's amazing how close to a Schwartz beer that comes, although I wouldn't call it a Schwartz beer. It's kind of a hybrid, but it's something that we'll only create maybe a dozen kegs of at a time. So on our brewing system, it would be impossible to brew that beer, and yet we're able to create something pretty interesting and pretty popular in our tasting rooms. So there are some American craft brew examples out there, and some of you may be aware of others. Vinny's been involved in some of these blending beers, obviously. There was, I spelled it wrong, Collaboration, is that right? Collaboration. Desperation. La Folie is obviously a blended beer. Three Philosophers from the East Coast was a joint project. And Transatlantic Creek, if you're familiar with any of those products. Transatlantic Creek, I believe, was a project with Boone in Belgium and New Belgium here in the United States, taking beers from different continents and bringing them together and blending them and creating something very different. What you notice is most of these have been Belgian style, which kind of puzzles me. Well, it's our 10th year anniversary at Firestone Walker. It was last year in 06. So I finally got the opportunity to brew a big beer. Firestone's not known for doing any barley wines or anything much over 6% alcohol. So we decided we wanted to do something similar to a barley wine or Russian Imperial Stout. And you start doing some research, and you're like, that's what everybody does for their 10th anniversary beer. And we're like, well, we've got a lot of barrels, so maybe we should do something barrel-aged. And we said, well, let's do a barrel-aged Russian Imperial Stout or a barley wine. Like, that's what everybody does. So got to thinking about it, and we're like, well, we do all this oak fermentation, and what you see in the picture here is both barrels in the background. The lighter colored barrels are our new American oak barrels that we do the fermentation in. We were able to get some bourbon barrels from Kentucky into the brewery and started looking at them and playing with them. And then we came with the idea that, well, why don't we brew a lot of different big beers and then, like a winemaker, come together and try to blend them together to create something completely different, devoid of style, but something very unique. So the goal was to create complexity centering on oak in a multitude of forms by brewing high-gravity beers and complementary styles and aging them in different barrel formats, then blending them together to achieve new harmonious flavors. It's almost like we had a mission statement or something when we got into this thing. So, no critters, no fruit, no spice. So those were the rules, the ground rules. So then the puzzle was to create a bunch of beers that somehow are going to work together and then put them back together, not having ever done this before, with a deadline in mind. So we started about 12 months, a little before, about 14 months before the release, doing this. And then we got the idea that rather than be the sole blenders in-house with our house palate, knowing the things that we like, why don't we try to tap into all of the winemakers in our local winemaking area and bring them in and let them do the blend. Then we've really connected with our community. We've learned something because we've brought in people who are practiced in the art of blending, and we're able to come together and create something amazing. This is all on paper, okay, initially. But the inspiration was, of course, Firestone's oak brewing program and the fact that we had a connection with winemakers. The barrels that we had at our disposal, there was Old Fitzgerald bourbon barrels, Old Fitzgerald wheat whiskey barrels. I'm not a spirits person, so I had no idea that there was major differences in these, but they do taste considerably different. Heaven Hill bourbon, we had some brandy barrels. We had brand new American oak that we were purchasing, securing through our own sources, and then a number of retired Firestone Union barrels. It started out with a simple idea, maybe 20 barrels, 30 barrels. It turned into over 100 finished barrels when we got done. What kept happening is somebody would come up with a great idea of a new beer to brew that would fit into the puzzle, and we're like, well, let's do it. Well, we got to fill some more barrels then. All right, let's do it. And so we watched the cellar grow and grow and grow, not knowing exactly where it was all going to go. But another part of the inspiration was the port wine tradition, the Solera port wine tradition. And this is somewhat similar to what goes on in Belgium with beer, but each bottling includes a blend of many vintages. And then every time they empty out the barrels, they'll combine some barrels, infuse some new port into the program, and they're always hanging on to pieces of their older vintages. And so the older the wine or the port wine producer is, the more complexity they have, the more tools they have to deal with. And year after year, they're continuing to hang on to old, infuse in new, and each year they just gain in complexity over time. And I thought, well, what an excellent idea for a brewery as well. Keep hanging on to old barley wines and maybe even sour beers. That hasn't entered into the program with ours. And then each year create a blend out of that cellar of beers, keep adding to it, taking away, and just see where it can go and in what direction it could come. So the components that we came up with, we brewed far more than what I'm putting on this screen, but these are the ones that ended up coming into the finished beer. We gave them all names. Abacus was a strong English-style barley wine. Parabola was a Russian Imperial Stout. Ruby was a double IPA or American barley wine, depending on what you call what. Bravo was an Imperial Brown Ale. And then we used some of the beers that were existing in our cellar. Walker's Reserve, we threw into some oak. Humboldt Hemp Ale, which is an interesting beer that we make with hemp seeds. And oak-fermented Double Barrel Ale, the flagship English Pale Ale. And we used only 100% oak-fermented beer for our blend. This is just a picture of the little rig that we used to try to fill the barrels. Again, unlike the critter beer concept where sanitation isn't as important because you're looking to introduce more microflora, we clean these barrels with 80 C water. for a very long amount of time. So we try to essentially sterilize that barrel as far as we can. We know we can't penetrate all the way through the wood staves. At Marston's in Burton-on-Trent, another brewery that does the Burton Union system, they'll actually fill the barrel with ADC water and just let it sit for an hour and then dump it out. We'll then come back to the barrel and sulfur it and let it sit 24 hours with SO2 gas in it. We'll then come back the next day and push that out with CO2 and purge that barrel completely of any oxygen, and then introduce whatever we're going to introduce to it. So we're able to keep oxidation effects at bay. We know that barrel's going to breathe a little bit, but we want it to oxidize slightly over time. We don't want to have a massive hit of oxygen in the beginning. It also helps us keep that airspace very clean. That's another look at that rig. So you can see there's a place where we can bring CO2 into the barrel, and then this would be the line that the beer would be brought into the barrel. And we do it under counter pressure, almost like you counter pressure fill a bottle. So we have a pressure gauge there, so we're sure not to over pressurize a barrel. And you can take a barrel between 10 and 15 psi before you'll blow the heads out of it, so we have to be a little careful. I don't suggest putting a disclaimer, don't put barrels under more than 10 psi pressure. Some initial thoughts and goals. We wanted to create something, a lot of the beers that we brewed, we wanted to create lean, hot beers. We wanted to have them be more like wine in their alcoholic strength, because we knew we could always come back and brew sweet beers. It's a little easier to make a flabby sweet beer, and sometimes a little more difficult to get something that's 12 or 13% alcohol to attenuate well. Again, just using our house yeasts. We centered on styles that we believed would benefit from oak aging, so we really shied away from hop-driven styles. We shied away from Belgian styles because it really wasn't part of this program, although we did brew a Belgian beer in this program. But things that in our mind would work well with the oak from our experience. And then again, we wanted to protect these beers from oxidation. I already talked about it. We purged all the barrels with CO2. We kept the barrels topped up. There is a little bit of evaporation as these barrels sit, so like winemakers, we would go back every about 60 days and top up those beers. So we held back some beer in stainless and had the ability to push beer back in to keep them topped up. And then we aged these barrels at 45 degrees, so we aged them pretty cold. We knew that was going to slow down the effects, some of the positive effects of leaching the flavors that we wanted from the oak, but we also knew that it was going to help, microbiologically speaking, keep things at bay. It was also going to protect and slow down oxidation processes. And then we plated these beers every 30 days to make sure we didn't have microcontamination. This was just a picture of us topping up one of the barrels, just simply pushing. These don't turn out very well on the screen, do they? Just pushing from a keg back over to this barrel. Oh, and the other thing in this picture, you don't see it really well, but we had fermentation locks in the barrels until they completely, if we put beer in while it was still towards the end of fermentation, we didn't want, obviously, to build pressure or blow the bungs out. And it also, when we got them hot or cold, would allow it to come into some type of equilibrium. But then we hard bung them for the majority of the aging process. Just another picture of some of the barrels in our cellar. This is only part of the way in. We ended up going probably 4 or 6 high, I think, towards the end. It took up 2 very precious rows where beer was supposed to be stored in the cellar. The warehouse manager wasn't very happy with me. Then we got the winemakers together and started the blend. You can see on the board behind this guy, you can't really tell what he's doing. He's mixing some beers in front of him, but trying to map out the direction to go when you have 100 barrels to choose from. Again, the one thing we weren't very good at is we'd have these sessions and we'd have to cut them short because everybody would get too drunk. We were also tasting barley wines and Russian Imperial Stouts, and if you've ever judged these things, I mean, palate fatigue comes on so quickly. It's just obnoxious. So, try to rally and get 12 winemakers together, then 30 minutes everyone's drunk and their palates are blown out and they all want to go off to the pub. So it took a while. We had some one-on-one sessions with some of the winemakers that I really knew had a beer palate and could really help us. And then we had big group sessions as well. And the beer blending process is very rudimentary. Everybody has a 100 milliliter graduated cylinder in front of them and a number of glasses, and then just pictures of the different components. For us, we were aging in oak, so these beers had gone flat in the barrels. So obviously, if we're tasting flat beers, but we're going to produce a carbonated product, you have something completely different. So we were forced to take small aliquots of beer out of the barrels, get them up to carb in kegs, small Cornelius kegs is what we use, just a couple gallons, and then would pour some pitchers at the time that we did the tastings, and everybody would just play with a graduated cylinder, and we'd center on 2 or 3 beers at a time, and one winemaker would use 70 milliliters of this, 20 milliliters of the next, 10 of the next, mix it, decide he liked that, and keep building on that. And it takes a long time, and we took a lot of notes. And we messed up a lot of glassware. You can see, I got a calculator here. It's real simple math, though, When I got into brewing, I was told there'd be no math. And if you can't do it on a calculator, it's no good for me. So what did the winemakers say? The winemakers preferred the malty beers. They're not big hop heads for the most part. They weren't very big on the big bourbon notes either, and they leaned toward the brandy barrels, but that kind of makes sense. They were very much into integrated and subdued characteristics. They tended to utilize more low-gravity beers to tone down the alcohol burn. They also, the brewers, on the other hand, tended towards exclamation points and very aggressive flavors. The brewers were like, more hops, more Russian Imperial Stout. The winemakers were much more into brown ale. Let's get something that's more subdued. Let's make something that comes together and has a little better synergy. So if we wouldn't have had the winemakers at the table, I think we would have ended up with like 50% Russian Imperial Stout, 50% double IPA, screw the rest of it, let's blow people's heads off. It may have sold just as well, but it didn't have the complexity that we ended up with in the finish. And I honestly tried to stay out of it as much as possible and let the winemakers make the decision. A little bit of a blurry picture. This is one of our bigger tasting sessions. Chuck Hagel, who's one of our champions of beer in the Central Coast, actually helped me do it. So we actually had stewards pouring the beers. I think at this tasting we had probably about 12 winemakers in one room, and then trying to collect all the notes. Well, we had to drive everyone home first, and then come back and collect the notes. But it was amazing to see the winemakers getting so excited about beer. I mean, these were flavors they weren't used to, but it was a program and a way of getting to an end product that they were very familiar with. So there was some learning in the beginning. What are we trying to achieve here? Why would you ever make a beer that tastes like this double IPA? Who drinks that? Trying to explain what it was all about. Why would you put that much oak flavor in a beer? They don't get it. Some of the blending notes. So hop-driven styles did not seem to benefit from the oak aging. And I don't know if any of you have had a chance. Sierra's done some playing around with aging Celebration in oak, and I love Celebration. But hop oils are so delicate, they're so susceptible to oxidation, and you start getting those really oxidized hop notes. Some people may like those, but the brewers and the winemakers did not like those flavors. So double IPA and IPAs didn't find their way into the blend. Little bit. I think we ended up with maybe 10% at the most. Malt-driven styles were preferred and were the center points of the blend. The English-style barley wine became the cornerstone of the blend. Imperial Stout was an amazing little piece, and I don't know what the equivalent in the winemaking world was, but it had that dark inky color, so it could be used to bring a nice ruby color to the finished product. It has all the coffee and espresso notes. It seemed like if you got much above even 20%, it started muddling and taking over the blend, but at very low amounts, it just added immense complexity. It was very interesting. And you kind of go back to a black and tan, and you wonder if maybe the black part should only be 10% and the tan should be more. I'm not sure. I haven't played around so much with that. Interesting thing is, going through all these beers, no single beer had a cherry note or a stone fruit note, but we could make blends to bring this amazing, almost almond cherry character come out of the finished product, which was really interesting. So we actually found flavors that didn't exist in any of the single beers on their own. And in retrospect, I typed in a sour beer could have been integrated into the program and probably will for future blends. I think inevitably when you work up at these high alcohol levels, you end up with something that's pretty intense on your palate, and maybe sourness would help bring some refreshing drinkability back to a monster beer. Whenever we did equal blends, 50-50s or 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 with these big barley wines and Russian Imperial Stouts, it just ended into mud, turned into a mess. But picking one beer and keeping it at 40 to 50%, and then just simply putting small amounts of other beers in, we were able to build levels of complexity and things that the group really liked. I was really fired up about the tobacco and oak side of the program, so I really wanted to make sure that shined through in the end. The winemakers fought me a little bit on that because it turns out that over-oaking wine is a very American theme in winemaking, and a lot of these guys are returning back to their European roots and trying to not over-oak a lot of wines, at least in our region. Creamy cherry and almond notes, I mentioned that, and the small doses of stout I already mentioned. So these are the final percentages. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 beers made it into the finished blend. We ended up doing about 1,850 gallons. It sounds like a lot. It was 37 barrels out of the 100 that we made. So what does that tell you? There's a lot of beer still at the brewery for blending. So I wanted that to happen. I want to do this again. We called this beer 10, so I guess now we're going to have 11. Turn it up to 11. I'm not sure what we're going to do. But there is a lot of beer sitting in barrel. What's interesting, at the point in time that we did this blend, Bravo, for instance, had only been in barrel for 3 months. Now it's been in barrel close to a year, and it's tasting amazing. I think more amazing to me, because I have more of a lab and science background, was that we have yet to find any critters that we can grow up with our means. I didn't do the wild yeast media, so quite possibly there is some Brett in some of these. You'd think so with all these barrels. A lot of these barrels came to us just soaked in reeking of booze, so there probably wasn't much alive in those barrels when they first came to us. So blending strategies, just, I think creativity is the name of the game, but, you pick a theme. You pick, this is going to be a sweet beer, this is going to be a dry beer, it's going to be a hoppy blend. And I would always say just start with 2 and maybe 3 beers. I don't want to lead anyone to believe that throwing 10 beers on a table and trying to get them all into the soup really makes that much sense. When we said we were a 10-year anniversary beer, and originally, I think it even says on the box, because they printed it before I made the beer, was that we were going to try to have 10 components. But we realized that it just created chaos. And to really start with just 2 or 3 beers makes a lot more sense. And then utilize other components to maybe go in and just do a little detail work. Definitely get other people's opinions. The blending is a team sport, especially if you're using big alcohol beers. Somebody on the team's got to be the anchorman / designated driver. Homebrew ideas. So, I definitely think that this is probably something that you could do more of on the homebrew scale than is practical at the large brewery scale. And actually, I have to give credit. Larry Gomez from Lockwood Vineyards actually gave me this idea 5 years ago, and I had forgotten about it, and it came back up. He's an avid home brewer in the off season, and he always brews 3 to 4, maybe 5 beers before harvest, and he never drinks any of them straight. He always makes a blend, and all of his beers are a blend because all of his wines are a blend, and he brews like a winemaker, and that's just the way his mind works. And so he was definitely a part of our blending program. So if you go to his garage, he's got a lift top cooler, and all his Cornelius is sitting in there, marked ear tag for what they are, and he carefully uses CO2 to push that beer out of those Corneliuses to make his blends. And he just has what amounts to a fancy scale for weighing yourself that he'll put an empty Cornelius on, and then he just blends by weight. 3 pounds of this, 3 pounds of this, 1 pound of that, taste it, add a pound of this, and that's how he does it. He does his blends by weight, and it seems to work very well. I would just stress the things that you probably already know. Purging these vessels very well so that you don't end up with just an oxidized mess in the end. If you're trying to make straight beers, keep them cool to keep oxidation and contamination at bay. If you're making wild beers, keep them at 62 and let things go crazy and let things develop. And then the blending trials, I already said, use a graduated cylinder and notepad. That's simple. I definitely would suggest, and I think we're going to do more of it in the brewery, are doing pre-blends with commercial examples, just so we're not wasting our own beer, and also getting a theme in mind ahead of time. Go out and buy some barley wines, go out and buy some brown ales, and do some blends on the bench. But I can't stress enough, keep good records. We probably went, 3 or 4 sessions and a half drunk Blaze, forgot to take notes, and then woke up in the morning, couldn't remember what worked, and couldn't find that cherry note again, kind of thing. The only other thing I would add is what I mentioned before, the brewing beers that complement each other. But there's really no right or wrong in this, right? In my opinion, or at least for this project, what a good blending cellar amounted to was an English-style barley wine, a stout to add complexity. The multi-brown ales went a long way in the blend. On the high-gravity beers, trying to keep them lean and mean, so we had something to blend down to. I love the oak-aged beers. The double IPAs and hop accentuated beers, I'm not sure, to be honest with you. For my palate, they don't mix in really well, but it's always nice to have the option to bring hop to the beers. And then you always need at least one low-gravity beer to blend stuff down. And that's what I got. Thank you very much for your kind attention. So I left my email address as well on there if anybody wants to email me for this or any other oak-related questions. And the company website is on there as well. And I can't seem to get it work, but I'm not very computer savvy, but we've now put a webcam up in the brewery so you can actually log on and watch whatever's going on in the brewery. And the brewers have been doing some pretty rude and crude things in front of the webcam. It may get shut down eventually. You could call the brew house and ask them to do something on the webcam. That's been happening. Yeah, don't do that. So, and then I couldn't help this, but Tuesday, the day before we came out, we got this harebrained idea. This has nothing to do with blending, but we decided to throw 50 pounds of whole leaf hops into our lauter tun before we brought the grain down in, before we ran off the brew. So I took some video footage. You can hardly see it there. You get a little bit of green coming through, though, don't you? I don't know. Are there any questions? Yes.
What do you do with your barrels when you're finished?
At Firestone, the program originally was to do 20 fermentations, and we're doing them every 7 days. So we would systematically throw the barrels out after 20 cycles or 20 weeks. We have subsequently learned that those barrels have a ton of love to give, but we're still only going 30 or 35 weeks on a barrel. We couldn't really talk winemakers into using them. We thought we could maybe sell them to the wine trade. So we've been giving them away to other breweries. And we've certainly passed a lot of them down to California homebrew clubs. So, more than willing to pass them on as long as you either come and get them or pay for shipping. And, like Vinny said, it's a large volume to try to fill, so I really would encourage you to get together as a homebrew club and just have a day where you get 5 systems together and everybody brews into it at once if you're going to do primary fermentation in it. The other option, though, is just to collect a lot of brews and carboys or Corneliuses, and once you get to 65 gallons, you can do a blend into a barrel, and it would be really nice. Yeah. I think Jolly Pumpkin's got a lot of them. I don't know how many he's got now. He probably has 15 of our barrels. Yeah. The thing of them is, they're brand new American oak, medium toast to medium heavy toast when we get them. We don't exhaust the oak out of them by any means. And I think, didn't you find, Vinny, when you aged some beer in them, that they'll almost over oak some beers. So there's a lot of oak in them. Yeah. Yeah, they're awesome barrels. Uh-huh.
With the last spring rebuild,
oh, yeah, no problem. There you go. Awesome. Well, we'll see you tonight at the tasting. Thanks.
Wait till you can pour it out of your own kegerator.
Yeah. I mean, your friends will look at you with awe.
And it's just hot.
It is?
It's so super hot.
The home of live beer radio.
TheBrewingNetwork.com. Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The
Session.
All right.
Brewing classic styles, take one. So we got to do this commercial for the BN.
Okay. What do you want to do?
I don't know. It's for Jamil's new book. Are you going to get it?
Of course.
Are you going to pay money?
I think we get that stuff for free, don't we?
I haven't got anything for free yet, have you?
No.
Got a free kick in the butt.
Yeah.
This is starting to sound like an episode of The Butchers.
Why haven't we done one of those Butchers lately?
No one likes them.
Oh. There's good reason nobody likes those either.
What's that? Because I'm short and insecure and you're fat and smell like ass?
Oh, man, that hurts.
All right, should we roll tape?
All right, let's go.
This fall, the most anticipated book in home brewing will be available from just one place.
No, you can get it in a lot of places.
Well, the most anticipated book in home brewing will be available for pre-order from only one place.
That's not true either.
All right, smarty pants, but only one place will have it signed.
Oh, that's cool.
TheBrewingNetwork.com offers Brewing Classic Styles by Jamil Zainasheff, the most awarded homebrewer in history, and homebrewing expert John Palmer. Available now for pre-order from the Brewing Network store, signed by Jamil himself.
It's every BJCP style. Every recipe is extract and all grain. Every single one has won awards. Every style has some tips on how you brew the beer, what to focus on, what the key parts are of brewing an excellent version of the style.
Available this fall, Brewing Classic Styles. Pre-order your copy today. Visit thebrewingnetwork.com for more details.
Gather round, ye lads and lasses, set ye for a while, and hearken to me mournful tale about the Emerald Isle. Let's all raise our glasses high to friends and family gone, and lift our voices in another Irish drinking song. Consumption took me mother and me father got the pox. Me brother drank the whiskey till he wound up in a box. Me other brother in the troubles met with his demise. Me sister has forever closed her smiling Irish eyes.
Now everybody's died, so until our tears are dried, we'll drink and drink and drink and drink, and then we'll drink some more. We'll dance and sing and fight until the early morning light, then we'll throw up, pass out, wake up, and then go drinking once again.
Kenny was killed in Kilkenny, and Clare, she died in Clare. Tip and Tipperary died out in the dead year. Shannon jumped into the river, Shannon back in June. Ernie fell into the urn, and Tom is in the tomb. Cleanliness is godliness, me Uncle Pat would sing. He broke his neck a slipping on a bar of Irish Spring. O'Grady, he was 80, though his bride was just a pup. He died upon the honeymoon when she got his Irish up.
Now everybody's died, so until our tears are dried, we'll drink and drink and drink and drink, and then we'll drink some more. We'll dance and sing and fight until the early morning light, then we'll throw up, pass out, wake up, and then go drinking once again. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da, ba-da-ba-da-da-ba-da, ba-da-ba-da-ba-da, ba-da-ba-da-da-ba-da.
Joe Murphy fought with Riley near the cliffs of Old Denis. He took out his shillelagh and he stabbed him in the spleen. My crazy Uncle Mike thought he was a leprechaun, but in fact he's just a leopard, and his arms and legs are gone. When Timmy Johnson broke his neck, it was a crying shame. He wasn't really Irish, but he went to Notre Dame. McNamara crossed the street and by a bus was hit, but he was just a Scotsman, so nobody gave a shit.
Now everybody's died, so until our tears are dried, we'll drink and drink and drink and drink, and then we'll drink some more. We'll dance and sing and fight until the early morning light, then we'll throw up, pass out, wake up, and then go drinking once again.
Drunken Uncle Brendan tried to drive home from the bar. The road rose up to meet him when he fell out of his car. Irony was what befell me great-grand-uncle Sam. He choked upon the very last potato in the land. Connor lived in Ulster town, he used to smuggle arms, until the British killed him and cut off his lucky charms. And dear old Father Flanagan, who left the Lord's employ, drunk on sacramental wine beneath the altar boy.
Now everybody's died, so until our tears are dried, we'll drink and drink and drink and drink, and then we'll drink some more. We'll dance and sing and fight until the early morning light, then we'll throw up, pass out, wake up, and then go drinking once again.
Someday soon I'll leave this world of pain and toil and sin. The Lord will take me by the hand to join all of me kin. Me only wish is when the Saviour comes for me and you.
He killed the cast of Riverdance and Michael Flatley too. Now everybody's dying, so until our tears are dried, we'll drink and drink and drink and drink, and then we'll drink some more. We'll dance and sing and fight until the early morning light. Then we'll throw up, pass out, wake up, and then go drinking once again. Then we'll throw up, pass out, wake up, and then go drinking once again. Then we'll throw up, pass out, wake up, and then go drinking once again.
Did you know that you can not only order from More Beer online at morebeer.com and receive free shipping on most orders over $59, but you can also shop in person at their 2 retail locations located in Concord and Riverside, California. In fact, the Concord facility has grown to over 15,000 square feet to fit all the new products, expanded showroom, and new Knowledge Center classroom. And now, in conjunction with the Brewing Network, More Beer is making it easier than ever to keep up on what's happening. Download the More Beer monthly podcast by clicking podcast at morebeer.com. You'll learn about More Beer's history, sales and discounts on More Beer products, get to know team members, and hear ways to save you money. They're also launching a brand new website soon with more features and a better online shopping experience. So go to morebeer.com or call 800-600-0033. That's 800-600-0033.
This year, the Great American Beer Festival will last for 3 days, have more than 40,000 visitors, more than 380 breweries, more than 1,600 beers. But only one lucky listener will be going for free. Beer, and More Beer, the Brewers Association, White Labs, and the Brewing Network are sending you on the beer trip of the year. Airfare, hotel, all festival sessions for free. Brought to you by the Brewers Association, White Labs, Beer, and More Beer, and the BN. Visit thebrewingnetwork.com for more details.
Keeping the ass out of Brewcast. This is the Brewing Network.
Well, all right, everybody. That was a special lecture given by Matt Brynildson at the National Homebrewers Conference this year, talking to you about blending beers. Matt Brynildson from Firestone Walker, one of my favorite brewers on the planet.
And
cool dude.
He's another guy that's just so humble.
He's good. He's a good hang, man. You see him at any of the places, he'll just hang out with you, he'll have a beer with you, and talk about all the stuff. He's very humble, and he's probably the most award-winning brewer to come out in the last couple of years.
Oh, yeah. It's just amazing the cutting edge he has.
Yeah. He's
and
cool,
he would just hang with you. He'll tell you what's what.
Yeah. So at the break there, we were just drinking Avery beers and, self-medicating ourselves. We're all sick, and smoking a hookah. That certainly helps, doesn't it?
Yes. My throat feels a lot better.
Doc's like, why don't we smoke a hookah? Okay, I already can't speak.
No, I think my words, let's smoke a hookah now.
Yeah, it was pretty demanding. Which brings me to this. I didn't get to do our calendar, which I've been doing pretty much in every episode lately so that you guys get to stay informed. I didn't do it because my voice has been shot for the past couple of days. But I did get an email this week. I wanted to make sure I mentioned it, and I'll put it in our calendar next week. But it's from a longtime listener. He's a member of the Austin Zealots, which is a club out there in Austin.
Yeah, we know them well.
Says, I heard some of your announcements about homebrew competitions, was wondering if you could list this. And of course I can. If you send them to me, I will most likely list them as long as I have time and room to put them in there. This one is known as the Austin Zealots Homebrew Inquisition, and it is a non-BJCP style guide competition.
I talked to some people about this one. Yeah,
sounds cool.
Oh, it's just like, hey, what's your best beer?
Yeah, they go, is that beer good? No, then don't give it a medal. So it's not based on guidelines. It's just a cool non-BJCP style. It's my kind of competition. I might enter this one, actually. They say that Chris Colby was talking about it on the BYOB show. So maybe if you go back to the BYO show that we did with Chris Colby, that magazine show, you might get some more information on it. But the deadline for entries is July 14th, so it's coming up really quick here. Maybe I'll make Chad enter one of his beers that he's been brewing.
And he should. He really should.
Thing. What do you think? Maybe we should have Chad put his Pliny in there.
Yeah, I think so.
Definitely.
Yeah, it's clean. It's nice.
It's a double IPA. It's either good or not. So maybe we'll make Chad do that.
You just got to get into a bottle.
Again, deadlines are July 14th. You have to enter by the 14th. For more information, go to austinzealots.com. That's one word, austinzealots.com. And check it out. And that was from Corey. He sent that to me. Again, Justin at thebrewingnetwork.com. If you send me your competition or event information, it doesn't have to be competitions. Maybe you guys are having festivals. I'll fit as much of it as I can into our calendars that I'm putting in the archives here each week, as long as I can speak.
The Austin Zealots had a great booth at Club Night.
Yeah, they did.
They had a beer bong. It was just a funnel with a screen in it with whole hops. Pretty much, and then a big long tube, and they would pour Lone Star beer.
Yeah,
in it.
I like that.
Through the hops.
Yeah, I hit that.
Through the hops. So, did you pound a Lone Star?
That was my very first beer bong ever.
No way! I can't believe you've never done a beer bong.
I've never done a beer bong.
You were such a dork in school.
I know. Yeah.
Wow.
I was such a dork in high school.
We need to have a beer bong contest here.
I beat up myself in high school.
That's how dorky you are.
Mainly my penis. But it was great because Colby was holding the thing, and I'm so tall, I had to get down on my knees, and so I'm sitting here sucking on this tube, and then I hear everyone cheer, and then I hear out of the corner of my ear, Chris Colby goes, "Suck it all, JP. Drink it all." And then I spit it everywhere, and it was like, oh.
Let me get this right. The editor of Brew Your Own magazine was holding your funnel and telling you to suck it.
Yeah, he was telling me to suck it.
That's awesome.
Yeah. It was great, man.
You gotta love the beer business, man. What a bunch of cool people.
It was great, man. Club Night was awesome.
You can buy Brew Your Own magazine right through our website, by the way. If you click on that big red BYOU link that shows up on a banner, not only do you get yourself a great magazine, but you help out the Brewing Network. And that goes for all the links on our site, those ones that rhyme with frugal, and the B3 ones, and there'll be some new banners up there soon, too.
Well, we need to have a beer bong contest here sometime.
It actually amazes me that in over 2 years of shows, we've never done a beer bong.
It's true.
It's because we like to taste our beer.
I think we should save it until we have a whole studio full of people.
A whole what?
Make them
a whole studio full of people.
I think said studio.
Yeah, I thought it was Susu Studio.
Yeah, Susu Studio. But the more people that can participate, the better.
Yeah. I wanted to do this game. It's not working now, although you all probably know. I wanted you all at home to judge how we sounded before the Brindleton interview, because I knew we were going to go sit out back and drink Avery for the hour.
Yeah.
And then how we sound after.
Goofy.
Yeah, ridiculous.
Ouch.
The slurs come out. The Susu Studio comes out.
We need to do a cover of that with someone just taking the clip of Doc going studio.
I've been thinking of a lot of covers lately, actually, that we can do.
Yeah.
Because we've got original songs here, but we've never done jacked up cover parody songs.
Yeah.
I'm going to put that challenge out to the folks at home. Send us your parodies.
What should we do?
It's a lot of room.
Contest
with the parody contest.
Yeah.
You know what? We probably
give away a gift certificate to
How about
BB3.
How about they come up with the parody and the BN session band has to
session band
do
has
the parody.
To record it.
Yeah.
It's not bad either. Although I like getting them sent in because then we don't have to do anything.
Yeah,
you like that better.
Maybe one of the contests we can do toward the end because we're going to be entering names into this GABF giveaway ourselves right here on the show.
Right.
Maybe we'll do a song parody thing and you get your name in the hat for sending us a good song parody.
At least a karaoke.
Something, anything.
At least.
888-401-BEER is the number. We're going to be wrapping up things here real quick. If you want to chime in on the NHC, please feel free to do so. Of course, JP's still in the chat room there. You can join him and Sheila. They're moderating the chat room for you. I wanted you guys to talk more about Club Night because I didn't get to see it. So
yeah, you didn't.
How many clubs were there approximately? Do you guys think? It was in the big hall, right?
Yeah, at least 20.
I know.
Wow.
I know one figure, and they went around and they counted all the 5-gallon kegs.
Okay, yeah.
All the not counting the ones that were in the hospitality suite, or the ones that were dead, all the ones that were all on
still
the floor,
live,
the live kegs on the Club Night, 352.
Holy cow.
Something like that.
There was a lot of beer flowing there, that's for sure. Lots of homebrew.
It was amazing.
Yeah. Okay, and so there were several clubs, and it was in the big room there. Now, the deal with Club Night is not just that all the clubs get to kind of put on their own show and showcase their beer and kind of how much fun they have. You see a lot of different themed things.
Yeah.
So that's really the idea, is just to have a fun night, and they get to put it on. It's their night. A lot of like last year, there was a band that kind of played in the corner, just sort of quietly. And this year, not only did all that happen, but I heard that JP was like the MC of Club Night.
Sort of.
Yeah, he was.
Sort of, yeah.
Beer Bear and More Beer were hosting Club Night.
They always do.
So they had the main microphone.
And so what did that entail? Like, what did you have to do?
Well,
contests and stuff?
Yeah, usually we don't really do a whole lot. Usually it's they have the mic in our booth, so they can make little announcements like, hey, 5 minutes left to vote for the best beer, or whatever.
JP's not wearing pants, things like that.
Yeah, look at that little thing. Stuff like that, and then in the past we've kind of done like what's the best beer here, so we have every club figure out their best beer, and they bring it over. And this year we had Jamil, I want to say Palmer, a couple people from the BA, David Hausman, a bunch of big beer names, like 5 people, 6 people judging that kind of beer. So that was kind of a neat thing. And then
so there is like sort of a club only competition.
Which is something we do.
Bring the beer you thought was the best club beer up, and put it here, and we'll have some people judge it.
Okay. Yeah, and there was it filled a table and a half. It just went kind of a snake around. So we did stuff like that, and then I think we kind of just got drunker and
it happened.
You know how I like to be on the mic. So we were just like, look, we have a bunch of gift certificates. Let's give them away. Let's think of stuff. And we had a couple people think of stuff. In our big game, we had a little yeast ball. Little yeast plush,
like a stuffed animal,
that little plush thing. Yeah,
and we had you would have to throw it in the mash tun from 15 feet away.
At least
it was hard, but
it doesn't seem hard, except that like when you're hammered, it's probably pretty hard.
Oh yeah, and then you had Doc on this because it was on the 1550. So Doc decided to get up on the sculpture like King Kong, and he had the mash pedal. He's going
just like
beating the thing. It was great.
It just seemed...
I'm shocked.
It just seemed like it should happen.
It was good because we could actually look at each other in the eyes.
When he's standing up on top of the sculpture. Yeah. I would like to see Doc scale the B3 sculpture. That's funny. And are there pictures of that?
Yeah, there's pictures of that.
We got to get those.
I walked up there and stepped on the step just so I could see around the room.
Yeah.
And then JP just got this whole contest going around it. And I was up there already. I didn't care.
Yeah. It was a lot of fun, man. It was a lot of fun.
We had people really... It got really competitive. The people like, oh, no, I'm going to get it in, and, should they get a rim shot? I don't know.
Nice rim
They'd hit
shot.
the rim, and people hit the other kettles, but not the mash tun. And people really liked it. It was a lot of fun, and you get the crowd in it. Support your club, your homebrew club, and all the homebrew club people are cheering for their dude who's doing the thing. And I don't know, it was just goofy. It was a lot of fun.
I heard you did really well as an MC, and I think it's attributed to your lunch meet experience.
That's what I like to think as well.
It's all that practice.
I really wanted to swear. There was some chick. She had no club affiliation. I don't know what she was doing there.
Yeah,
but she had giant tits.
They're both right? the blonde one.
Yeah, the blonde one.
Yeah, she had both.
Was she good looking too, or
she was all right?
You know what?
She was all right.
Yes, she was.
You guys were drunk though. Like
no.
It could have been
There's
Chad in a tube top, and you guys were like,
it was Sheila.
Actually, no. You're walking through the club, and you're like, this and whoa.
Yeah,
I see.
Whoa.
Although that's not hard to do. Like, look if you're a chick out there and you're looking to be like the center of attention, and you're really not that good looking, go to a homebrew conference. Yeah. You'll be the best looking person there.
Better yet, if you're a company like Sam Adams or that do this, or a Flying Dog,
send your hotties.
Oh my God, they had beautiful girls, and it's like.
Yeah,
Flying they know what they're doing, man.
Yeah.
Flying Dog,
stupid.
Flying Dog and Sam Adams had awesome women.
Couldn't believe it. I'm like, what do you guys? I mean, how do you even feel? Because she's walking around club night.
How do you feel?
Yeah, like how do you feel?
JP, you're such a homo.
Well, no, seriously.
I would like to know how you feel. Tell me about your feelings.
Well, they punch you in the head. No, I mean, it's just like 800 pairs of eyes just undressing you every day.
Yeah, that's
Every
how,
minute.
That's how Doc felt too.
Oh man!
You know
Let's
what?
go to the phones.
I was up there. It happened.
We've got Goofy from Disney, I guess, is on the line with us. What's happening, Goofy?
Howdy, guys. Just to call you up to see how you're doing.
We're doing fine, especially now that it's the first time we've ever gotten a celebrity phone call, except for John Palmer.
You gotta be kidding me, really?
I didn't know that you were a listener.
Well, I do listen to podcasts. You know, we're in Toontown. We do get them. But, you know, I like to brew, like a home brew.
I can't. It's not Crazy Jack, is it?
What kind of beer? What kind of beer is your favorite beer?
It's fucking Goofy.
What kind of beer is your favorite beer? Can you imagine Goofy getting hammered?
Did Goofy just say it's fucking Goofy?
I think he's hammered. Is Goofy drunk of the week?
I thought Goofy was like hammered all the time.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Goofy, I always saw as kind of the drunk guy, right?
Oh, I've always been drinking beer. That's what they never could figure out about me.
Beer moonshine.
I think it might be Zymergist.
Well, I just got my woman just talked to me, told me to get off the phone. I guess she wants a little action. You know what I mean?
All right,
are you going to do it doggy style or human style?
We don't want to get in the way of that.
No, we do it human style. Yep, gotta be kinky there. Well, I'll talk to you guys later.
All right.
Brew hard, okay?
Thanks, Goofy. Cheers, man.
Bye.
Wow, nice Goofy cameo. I like how Goofy doing it like human style. That's getting naughty. That's what he said. He's like, you gotta be crazy.
Got a little ugly side.
Yeah, that's naughty for them. We're drinking some Avery now. Still, I wanted to talk about some of these beers. We had the 14, their 14th anniversary while we were at the break. Nice, big, dark beer that's been double hopped. He doesn't really define some of the beers. He just says it's a big, dark, double hopped beer. This one we've got here is the Imperial Oktoberfest, right?
Yeah.
Which I've never even heard of before. Oktoberfest, as it is a nice beer. So this one is his Imperial Oktoberfest. It's got a picture of the Tsar on it's got the great helmet and everything.
Oh, yeah, Kaiser helmet.
The Kaiser, not the Tsar, the Kaiser, thank you. In fact, it's called the Kaiser. That's the name of the beer. He's even got the Maltese cross on the thing. That's a cool label. Daniela would
German
like
Army helmets?
This label. I haven't tasted it. How is it, Doc?
It's really good. It really tastes like an Oktoberfest, but one step up. And it's
that's
not
awesome.
And it's not overly done.
There's a lot of malt like there should be.
Yeah.
A ton of malt.
Yeah.
Did it say what the, did you guys
You can
read?
tell it packs a punch, though.
Yeah, it does.
What, 8%, you think?
On the right?
I can't read.
You can't read it
you
anyway.
give it to me. I wear glasses.
Yeah, I can't see. It's
with
because
Justin and I don't really think it has to do with glasses.
No, I'm seeing two of them.
I see 2.1, 9.1, 1085 starting gravity.
1085. That's a nice OG.
Yeah.
It's really nice and malty. It's a good beer.
But it's really well balanced. It's not like you just pumped up a lot of alcohol and...
Yeah, it's not hot or cloyy at all. It's very good.
I guess when he comes, like I've got a lot of his beers that we'll taste. I'll try to save some for next week. We'll taste some more on next week's show.
I'd appreciate it.
But I guess there's this thing called the Avery Experience.
What's that?
Well, I don't really know, but Adam's going to come on the show and give all the listeners and us the Avery Experience. And it's basically, it has to do with consuming a certain amount of his beers and in a certain order. And you definitely are not sober at the end of it, I guess is the word. So
that won't go well over here.
No, we don't like that sort of thing. Well, the reason we don't like it is because we respect and we're very serious about beer.
I'm a serious person about that thing.
We're very respectful and serious.
What are you talking about?
Let's take a moment to be serious.
Okay, moment's done.
Yeah, good. Good job, everybody. That was really good, and I'm proud of you guys.
Balls.
And I feel like we've done some justice to some people today. Some justice to some people.
Hey, Mike in Oregon. You jerk.
It's important. All right, so that's about it for the NHC wrap-up. I just wanted to do our best to bring it home to you guys and talk to you about going next year.
And urge you into going next year.
Yeah. We're going to be there.
I met some great people. I hung with some great people. It was great. All the way around.
Everything's great.
It's great.
Dog's getting sentimental.
Yeah, and I got a tear in my eye right now.
He's going to start hugging us now.
Yeah. There were some moments I got a little teary when the listeners were, like just saying thanks and bringing gifts and stuff. And I turned into a big homo there for a couple seconds.
Blowing people.
No offense to Homo Brewer. I didn't mean that you have to be homo and get teary-eyed.
One of my favorite ones, I was going back to the elevators, and the guy saw my BN T-shirt.
Yeah.
He goes, BN Army.
Yeah.
Yeah, being an Army, bringing it strong. And he stopped in his tracks.
Yeah.
He says, "You're Doc."
Recognize your voice.
I passed within like 1 foot of him, and no problem.
Yeah.
As soon as I open my voice, he goes, "Wait, you're Doc," and he turned around, and we just connected right there. So it was awesome. I really liked that.
And just really getting to meet everybody. Jamil said the same thing. A lot of the fun of the thing, and especially, like for Jay-Z, who does a show, and a lot of people listen to him. And then you get to shake their hand and find out what people do and don't like about the show, and, just find out that there are actually people out there listening.
Yeah.
It's exciting and it's fun, and I know that Jamil was really touched by it. I don't mean to speak for him, but he's not here, so I will just a little.
Speak for him anyway.
He just, we talked a lot about it, and it was really kind of cool to meet everybody, and really the people are what have made this whole thing happen. So
it was really good to meet everyone. I think.
Is that right, Jamil? Did you enjoy it?
Well, I wouldn't. I had a good time.
And what do you think your favorite part was?
Well, I think my favorite part was when everyone said they liked my show. Because I put a lot of heart. John, not so much, but he's coming along. But I really, I think, yeah.
Okay, well, thank you.
So Jimer just
Jimer just even.
Jimer just
Paradox? What does that mean?
Paradox?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't even know what you said. What?
He does.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sound like Lilu Dallas in the Fifth
And
Element.
I'm not sure.
Paradox?
Let's go to the phones. We got Bub on the line.
Yeah, we do.
Hey, Bub.
What's happening, Boob?
Hey, I totally forgot you guys were on tonight.
Oh,
thanks, Bub.
I've been watching shows about midgets.
Jerk.
Our biggest fan forgets about him.
Well, not only that, you're like a sort of part of the team. How could you forget?
I know. It was last week was the off week. I was thinking it was this week.
This off week stuff is fucking things up.
I'm
really
underwhelmed.
Yeah.
And I just endured the longest fucking 4th of July parade ever.
Yeah.
I mean, I live in
It's
a
the first.
podunk.
It's pretty much where you live.
Like 100 different police departments were there. It was like an hour and a half or 2 hour long parade.
Someone should tell them it's the 1st of July.
America!
Yeah, I know. You'd think.
That's why it was so long. They were hoping that it would last until Wednesday.
It damn near did.
Yeah.
You know how much of a bitch it is to change your kid's diaper in the middle of a busy street with a fire truck going by?
That's about being dad.
No, but I think I've seen that video.
Yeah.
Dude, that's wrong.
That is wrong.
I mean, even I'm going to say that's wrong.
If Bub says it's wrong, it's wrong. I take it back. I take it all back. Let me get serious and respectful for a moment.
Bub, are you going to take your kid's dirty diapers and plant a tree with it?
Should,
Like your placenta?
You see, now, JP...
There's nothing wrong with that.
You're trying... Oh, there's nothing wrong with that.
No,
But all
that's
of a sudden,
environmental.
I see
That's
with a little piece of umbilicus and all that.
Yeah, remember that?
Freak show. I'm slaughtering goats in my backyard or something.
Excuse me.
Don't talk about that. You get Doc very emotional if you start talking about slaughtering goats.
I'm in Haggerty here. All of a sudden they're calling up and trying to kill me.
Yeah. What else? Anything, Bob? You just call and say hey?
Yeah, I mean, was the show
say you
good?
forgot about
Did
it.
I miss anything?
I think you missed a great show. We had a lot of audio from the National Homebrewers Conference, and
Yeah, that's a yawner.
Kind of.
That'll keep me asleep on the way to work.
Don't make us come all the way out to Ohio and,
oh yeah,
kick your ass.
So you're going to NHC next year because it's in Cincinnati, dude.
You see, I don't live in Ohio.
No.
You do now.
Don't make us go out there anyway.
The other guy with the red goatee.
Yeah, you can't remember to listen. We don't remember where you live. Whatever. It's the same difference anyway. What state are you in?
Illinois.
Whatever. Ohio.
Iowa.
Haven't they merged yet?
Illinois, oh ho ho, it's all the same.
Hasn't happened. Offending listeners everywhere right now.
Exactly. Only in two states.
They live in the Midwest.
It's all a red state anyway, as far as I'm concerned.
If it makes you feel any better, Pacheco is the Illinois of California.
JP, Illinois is a blue state, you dumbass.
We put the ill in Illinois. Shut up, bub.
Biggest union state there is.
There's the
You
timer.
moron.
That means you're done.
Thanks, brother. We'll see you later.
The timer. I see how it is.
Bub timer
You know what?
Yeah.
prevails every
Yeah.
time.
Mess with me, bub, that's what you get, son.
The Bub timer.
Bub, to get more clout, you're going to have to come out here to California again.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think?
It's going to have to do it.
Bub's not there anymore.
All right. So, let's
Damn you,
get out of
Bub.
here. Next couple weeks, I got some good shows lined up for you. I'm pretty sure that next week you've got Tom Daldorf from Celebrator Magazine. It's one of the oldest and biggest magazines in brewing and craft beer, and I think he's doing the show with us next week. I got to wait for confirmation.
I like Tom.
And we're not talking about size.
He's a good guy. He's a funny dude. He's got a band himself, much like the Session Band.
Can he bring him in?
I should ask him. You know what we'll do? He does have a CD, so we'll be playing some of their tunes on the show next week. We'll do that. So I got Tom coming in next week. I'm pretty sure. I just got to wait for confirmation. We had both talked about it and think it's going to happen. The week after that, I have got a legend in homebrewing in our area. I mean, I am talking legendary. His name is Homer. I don't expect you to know him if you're not from California. I didn't know him until recently. But this guy has been working in the homebrew industry for over 30 years. And the word
like
has
older
it
than you.
that word has it he has taught, like literally taught, taken them by the hand, a lot of the professional craft brewers in our area. And we're going to talk all about that. We're going to get him on here. This guy is a wealth of knowledge and just a cool guy in general.
Homer's great. Yeah, he works at the Oak Barrel. He's also really, really big into barbecue.
Yes.
He's a big barbecue aficionado, and I like Homer. He's a good dude, man.
He's a good guy.
That'll
so
be fun.
That's in 2 weeks. That's coming up on, I think the date is the 15th, and he'll be in here with us, and you guys aren't going to want to miss that. Also, coming up after that, I think I've got a lecture. I've got a guest plan. We're waiting to see if that works out. If it doesn't, another lecture from the NHC. Vinny did a lecture on sour beers and how to brew sour beers at home. This is a good one.
He gives all the insight and it's great.
This is really good. And he's got a presentation to go along with it, so I'll try to get that up there for you guys, all sorts of stuff. So good shows planned coming up. Let's go to the phones once more before we get out of here. Cal Ale has a question for you, Doc. Cal, what's happening, brother?
Hey, what's up?
How are you?
I'm doing really good. I had a question for Doc. I've been waiting for weeks for you to get on the air, and just thought I'd try to...
Go for it.
You could just email me.
No, you got to do it on the air. I appreciate your patience.
You're not a fast typer.
And I'm not. No.
Go ahead.
Okay. My question is, I'm moving tomorrow. I'm moving to the beach, actually, and I have 10 gallons of cider fermenting in my room right now. It smells like shit, man. It smells...
Yep.
It smells like sulfur.
Yep, exactly.
I used a white wine yeast. It's been in the fermenter for about a month now. Not much action going on at all. It looks pretty clear. I just don't know what to do with it.
You're moving?
I am moving.
I would put it into a keg.
Okay.
A stainless steel keg that can't spill.
Okay.
And move. And if you really and
what and wait and do what?
No, the big problem with it's in a carboy, and I'm always worried about the airlock coming off, the carboy spilling, and all that kind of stuff. The best way to transport beer, and I didn't invent this, I stole this from somebody, was put it into a car, the corny, and transport it that way. If you really want to take a sample before that and check what the final gravity is. And if it's not where you want it to be, just put it back into another corny or a carboy and go for it from there. But transportation is the biggest thing. I always worry about spilling, that kind of stuff coming off. So
bring it now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's great. Can this thing get any better with time? Like if I just let it age in that keg, would that smell go away or?
Yeah, it will.
Sounds like someone's playing Space Invaders or something.
Yeah, it's that drill.
Of course, the smell goes away.
I don't hear that anymore. But I would transport it, but not let any oxygen get to it. And then, if you want, put it back into something again that it can still ferment a little bit more.
All right, Doc. Thanks a lot. That helps out a lot.
Where are you moving to, Cal?
Pismo Beach.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, right by San Luis Obispo.
Don't forget to make that left turn at Albuquerque.
Tough life, man.
Yeah. I have there's this awesome little German bar and restaurant like half a block from my place.
Oh, yeah?
And an Irish pub another 3 blocks away.
Well, just make sure you go to the Wall of Gum.
Oh, yeah. I work right by that.
The wall of gum.
Gum?
Oh yeah,
disgusting.
it's like 40 years of gum.
Oh, that would so gross me out. Like I couldn't even walk by that. I feel like the germs were jumping off of it.
Hold their breath.
It's an alley of gum
I've
on
seen
both
pictures.
sides.
I've seen pictures of people stuck to the wall.
And it's actually art. It's really good.
Oh, that's freaking me out just thinking about it. God, that guy.
I'm going to make you lick it.
No. So
Come down here and we'll show you it.
You know, at the beginning of the show, I was talking about that guy who was drunk like really early after the speech, and he was a close talker.
Oh God!
So he was right
He
up in my
spit on you,
face,
didn't he?
Yes, and no matter how many times I backed away, he kept getting in my face, and I'm just begging like for somebody to help me. Like I'm scratching my head, I'm doing anything I can. And JP's standing right there, that asshole. He's right there watching this happen. He doesn't do a thing. And the guy, for 10 minutes, he's like 2 inches away from my face. I about puked on him.
Justin.
Oh.
At least he isn't a close talker that puts his hand on your shoulder as he's talking.
Yeah.
No, he didn't do that. He
Just going to brace you for a kiss?
Here's the trick. Put your hand out on his shoulder.
I want to be rude.
And say, talk.
I don't want to be rude. I just kept, doesn't me backing away, like he followed me around the whole...
obviously not.
I'm telling you, we need to have a sign.
There's got to be a sign.
Like the Queen of England, she has a purse on her left hand, and when she gets uncomfortable, she switches it to her right.
I'm going to move my purse
we need to do that.
to my other hand when I need...
You should shift your sack.
That's what I'll do. Yeah, but I kind of scratch my sack in general. You guys just be moving me away.
Just put your hand out and say, look,
Yeah.
There. Talk.
I can't do it. Like, I don't want to be rude. It freaked me out.
I do it.
Hey, Cal, thanks, man.
Thanks, guys.
All right, we'll see you, brother. Yeah, and then like JP brings me hand sanitizer and stuff, and that's another thing. I actually don't I don't have to sanitize my hand after I shake hands and stuff. That's not what bothers me. I just was trying not to get sick, and there's a lot of germs going around. So at whatever sort of opportune moment, I'll go ahead and spray sanitizer on just to keep them clean. That actually isn't a thing like, oh, if you touch me, I have to clean myself. It's not like that at all.
Yeah.
But like some people saw me do that. Like I would shake hands, and then I'd go over to the B3 booth, and I'd like fucking spray my hands off, and they felt like I thought they dirtied me. Which isn't true. I didn't think.
Well, in a large crowd like
or
that,
no deal.
When you're shaking hands, like I do that a lot.
It's just about because I know I'm going to touch my face. I do it all the time, and I'm just trying not to get sick. That's all.
Just wear gloves like me.
I'm just going to walk around with latex gloves on.
It's better that way.
I think the listeners will think that's for something else, not for keeping clean. Oh man. My voice is killing me, and the phone keeps ringing. Trying to get out of here. We're still finishing this beer, though, so I guess I'll hang around for a couple minutes. We'll do a quick... You need another one? There's more in the fridge. Send Producer Shat to get you a beer. That's his job, man. Producer Shat / beer bitch. That's what he does. I've already got this person out. Do I need to know who this is, or should I just...
Surprise me.
No, it's a surprise.
Caller, you're on the air. What's happening?
Surprise!
Who is this?
This is your pediatrician calling, and I have some things to tell you about your daughter.
Because it's
But my doctor?
I don't have a
daughter.
I don't have a doctor or a daughter.
I've only got 3 questions, for you guys.
This must be
Number 1,
Zymergist.
Doc, are you listening?
Oh yeah.
Are you still using your CPAP?
Yes, I am.
Oh dang!
like
I thought
a
when you
pap
lost weight that was supposed to help.
What?
I thought when you lost all that weight that was supposed to help.
Oh, it does.
All right, go on. Next question.
Look, I went from a size.
Like, it's so funny when...
To a size,
like, here's what
I'm good.
Here's what I like.
You're looking good, Doc. I'll tell you that.
Zymergist...
hang on a second, Zymergist. Go ahead, JP.
No, I was going to say... So, Zymergist is saying that he lost a bunch of weight and he still snores. I mean, I don't know if you lost, like, 5 pounds or something, but, I mean, you're a big dude still.
No,
you're not fooling anybody.
Zymergist is a big dude. He lost a lot of weight. He's still a big dude.
Yeah. You gotta lose more weight.
He's one of those guys who was like a monstrous dude and then lost a bunch of weight, and now he's just a big dude.
Yeah, I went from a 4X to a 2X.
I gotta say this about Zymergist, too. Like, he's nice guy. Totally nice guy. I have to preface it with that, because the This man can talk, and I don't care what the topic is. Like, you can tell by his phone calls, but he was out here for the anniversary show. We're watching television the day after, and I don't care what's happening. Like, a camel walks by, and this guy will tell you the history of camels. Like, this guy can talk.
Okay, I got something. Zymergist, when you lose enough weight to wrestle me and it's fair, you're good.
Then you're good.
Oh, okay, I'll do that, but only if we use Wesson oil.
No. Wesson isn't good. We need more green oil.
Doc wants a better oil. That's disgusting.
Well, Jeremy says I'm down to like 290, and actually I'm 288.
That's still twice of me.
Not bad. All right, listen.
The Wesson oil will make it easier.
Oh, I will slip right out of your grasp.
All right, ladies.
Yeah, this is getting just gross in here, too. Where's my hand sanitizer? I need to rub it on my face.
I will slip right out of your grasp.
I mean, hey, I didn't think I was getting to be as good as Bub.
Yeah,
you are.
So, I don't know. I'll give you Drunk of the Week because we haven't had another caller, so I guess you're it, man.
Can we sing the song?
But you are pretty coherent.
Oh, yeah. I was just saying earlier that Doc and I should brew a beer and call it Paradox.
I don't know what that means.
Paradox.
Is he a doctor as well?
Paradox.
I thought it was Pentadox.
Are you a doctor there, Zymergist?
Yes, he is.
Yes, I am,
Yes, he is.
Doctor of what?
Believe it or not,
chiropractic. Dr.
He's a
Detroit?
chiropractic.
You're a chiropractor and you're...
Right, that was a great movie.
I should have had you do some cracking on me while you're here.
You're a chiropractor and you're carrying all that weight?
Well,
it helps them adjust people.
Catabolic steroids, because I had a real bad inflammation problem going on that they still haven't been able to figure out what the heck was happening.
Oh, now I feel like
he's got a thyroid problem.
Oh, no, it's worse than thyroid. I wish I had a thyroid problem. That'd be easy.
He's big boned, JP.
We used to live in a shoebox in the middle of the road.
I'm growing more bone. My bones are actually getting denser. In fact, I got more calcium in my bones than your average,
He's big bone.
Great. Can we move on, please?
He's big bone, JP. You're an ass.
I know. I feel like a douche.
Oh, JP, I thought you loved me, brother.
I do. This is actually John Pleaseg.
Yeah, you and your big
now it's
bones.
JP. Now I'm back. John, get out of here, please. Don't ever talk to my friend like that again.
All right. That's enough out of you two.
Well, I can't wait till you guys get up here to Portland, because I'll show you guys the town. We'll hose it.
All right, Zyme. We'll see you there.
Okay, brother. Take care.
Cheers, man.
Bye.
I can't wait till you guys get to Portland, because I will show you a couple skulls that I found on my wall.
Because I will bury you in my backyard faster than you can say shit. I will make a skin suit out of you faster than you can say douchebag.
Stop making fun of him. He's a good listener, and okay, cool. Make fun of him.
Yeah. And he makes great lamps out of skin.
Yes.
Can't wait till you guys come up to Portland, because I am going to make a hair helmet out of all three of you faster than you can say OBF.
And I'll tell you
You'll
what,
be buried under my barn in no time.
There's a reason my middle name is Geen.
I ain't going to tell you.
I ain't going to tell you. Hey, I like how you have all these heads. You have a boar and a deer. What's the blank spot for? Look in the mirror, son. Let's go get some beer.
I will mount your heads on my ceiling faster than...
I have a name for the last part of our show. It's called Meltdown.
Yeah. Meltdown.
Exactly.
Destruction 99.
We're going to take a break and we'll come back for Meltdown.
I've actually thought about, somebody had suggested that we end the show at a reasonable time, like after the interview.
What would that be?
We end the show after the interview, whatever the interview is. But then, that's where the archive ends. So I go ahead and I wrap up the archive.
Right.
And then we come back and we do this for the rest of the night.
Meltdown.
And we don't archive it at all. It just becomes like
I'm good with that.
You get it listening live or you don't.
That's pretty funny.
It's Meltdown.
Yeah.
Might do that. It's a good idea.
I'm good.
In that case, we should just do lunch meat like that. Don't archive it.
Either listen or you know. It's pretty much how we do it.
All four people. You get it or now or not.
I'm going to make a canoe out of you three.
And I will sail the river of blood in that canoe.
Zymergist. It's a good dude.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, yeah. So I'm not going anywhere near Portland.
Or his house.
Or that hole he's got dug in the backyard for us.
With a gravestone. Why does that gravestone say JP? It's from someone else. Turn around now.
Someone else named JP. Don't you worry about that. It's nothing or nether how.
Close your eyes.
Close your eyes.
Homebrewed.
Go ahead, Doc.
Homebrewed.
You can sing it.
Homebrewed.
That's the only words Doc knows.
Yeah.
It's been 2 years.
Dabba-dibby-dabba-dibby.
That's all that Doc can remember. You ass.
And I am.
All right. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you next week. Thanks to Matt Brindleson for letting me play that lecture. Thanks to Adam and Vinny for letting me do that interview that I gave to you guys, too. Jamil Palmer book pre-sale. BN Army shirts pre-sale. Email producer Chat, just for the hell of it, chat at thebrewingnetwork.com.
Doc still loves you. Buy
Brew Your Own magazine through the link on our homepage. It helps us out a lot. Hit the Google ads, too. That helps out. Doesn't cost you anything.
Google.
A bunch of other stuff. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. We'll see you next week, everybody.
See ya. Homebrew.
Don't you give me that American crude. For the one a real homebrew. Homebrew, don't you really love that homebrew? Can't get enough of it. Homebrew, it blows my mind. I love homebrew all of the time. Yeah, I think I'll have me. Well, I'll have me one right now. Summer day, a bark will do me when the skies are gray. I'll take a Belgian brew anytime, and the women sing the lambic fine. But don't you give me that American crude, boys, I want a real homebrew. Homebrew, don't you really love that homebrew? Can't get enough of it. Homebrew, it blows my mind. I love homebrew all of the time. Yeah, I think I'll have me, well, I'm the one right now. Cherry stout, yeah, you know what I am talking about. But don't you give me that American